Okie dokie, ladies and gentlemen, God Project Day 2, solo self-found ritualist, 0 gold, 0 items, 0 everything, and it's been a blast through. We have played so far, what we have? 5 hours, 31 minutes. We made it to level 42 already. We're mostly focusing on the rake into Stomping Ground right now, as we do boost our strength tremendously. Good morning, Lord Overflow. Good to see you there. Gonna probably redo some skill points here, as I wasn't sure if I wanted to have the attack speed or not, but we'll get it. Not really worried about our progress. Mig, good morning. Also, you made it first twice on the video and here in the stream. Now we're right into Act 1 Cruel. We haven't really done anything in Act 1 Cruel yet. See how our Stomping Ground keeps holding up. As you can see, we just move. Bonus shockwave damage. Is quite illegal. Quite illegal. Wonder if I should just go like for more ailment, for more bleed, and just fully lean into that archetype right now, or what would scale the best into the end game. Also, maybe I can take the Stomping Ground all the way into the end game. No, maybe that's possible. I mean, it's just too good to not. Look at it. Okay, Bayram. 1, 2, put the mark on, and then just Stomping Ground rakes. Jump out, back in again. You're gonna get stunned. Yep. Nope, that's bad. No. You didn't sadly get the corrupted blood here. Out again, back in again. Oh, way too easy. And that actually with a bad weapon and bad everything. Good morning, Hanky King. Are you going to play Last Epoch today? I put some time away to potentially do some evening Last Epoch fun. I do not promise it, okay? It depends on a little bit. Gotta talk to the wife because the children are with Granny. We get some visitors on the weekend. Got a date night with wife tomorrow. So we gotta like plan everything accordingly. But we want, like, if I find time, we can do some. That being said, the Ritualist right now has a bit more predescendant. Priority? Yeah, priority. It's something like I really want to push forward, as I'm quite intrigued to see the outcome of this project, right? I'm like super pumped to witness how far can we take the Stomping Ground, how easy can we keep this going, because obviously I want you to have the goddamn easiest time playing this game possible, right? That's what we're here for. But how far can I take this? Oh, you can finally see her because of her stupid bubble. Okay, we got her clean and easy, Chad. That's a little bit on the menu. It's so stupid. It's like, it will never not be funny that this is working so good this season. Okay, now we get the sacrifice. So I can get the slow resistance, or I can get, yeah, here. See, now I'm periodically unleashing fire damage. Because we're currently playing the ritual sacrifice as we want to test if it's good. Dot can crit. No. But, so, like, dot and bleed are two different things, because if you do bleed, for example, the bleed gets scaled by the initial strength of the hit, which means bleed can't crit, but if a crit leads to bleed, then the bleed will be bigger. That doesn't make sense, right? So dot can't crit, but bleed can be higher due to critting. Yeah. That's what I wanted to say. Good. Armor evasion rating. Nope. 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 Oh, that was additional damage reduction. That was actually not bad. We're going to turn this into magic. Nah. Light radius. If something gets light radius, it's like automatically... Nope. Like, who do you take me for? Someone who takes light radius? Seriously now. So yeah, that's a bit how it works with bleeding. I am unsure how it actually does work for poison, but I think it comes all down to that the actual like dot itself can't crit. Also, you can't really scale crits with, like, when you're going for poison damage, then you're not really have the points to go for crit scaling, if that makes sense. So like right, you either do that or that. The only reason why crit and bleed works so good together is because of the Amazon, as it's naturally easy to scale the crit, right, for the bleed, and it's all about physical damage. You could also do it with elemental damage if you play a, what is it called again? If you play a Blood Mage, because the Blood Mage has a node that says elemental damage you deal plays into bleed. So that's actually an interesting one, because your actual elemental damage makes enemies then also bleed magnitude. You know what? That explosive spear in between, despite not going for the explosive spear, still useful. Okay, I gotta look out which one is like his thingies and which one are my thingies, because in case you missed it, like half of these chaos over time shebangs are from my dude. No, they're not from him. They're from my guy. Funny builds on YouTube, loving them. I'm working on a Blood Hunters now. This is our second Blood Hunters. We did an Amazon on Crit. I'm planning to do a Merc Tactician also on Bleed, because we have a little secret sauce there with pin build up and full bleed scaling, frenzy charges on this. There's something cooking in my brain. We haven't pulled it through yet, but it's on the menu. First, though, we gotta finish the God project here. Ergo, solo self-found, new league. I have no money. Like, it's everything this character has earned so far. And we're doing great. I even found the legendary, unique spear for the spear gameplay. So if I wanted to go for lightning spear, I could do that. I don't want to, but I could. We're currently, though, trying Stomping Ground. Uh-huh. Sir. Get bullied. Feels so sad that we're not really, like, scaling our bleed here and just bullying him, but I'll take it. Okay, let's always bleeds, and we get healing aura now. So the thought was a little bit, are we gonna now try to get, like, more damage, more... Are we gonna get more attack speed? Are we gonna finally start to go into like bleed scaling something? All of these things are viable. Like, we could just take here our bleed magnitude. I think I'm gonna move over to more strength nodes here until I get this ailment, because that's going to be like higher for my bleed, but without incisions, so I can 100% scale that. Can Impale and disengage? Nope. Disengage right now has nothing. We're not really using disengage, right? This is a rake spam build right now. So it sounds stupid, but it's pretty much just that, rake spamming, because you do have stomping ground. Stomping ground scales with strength, and we have a lot of strength, and that rake spam it just works. But what can I say? It just works. Just pop off, you spam rig, and you win. It's that stupid. And then you have your Herald of Blood, who's doing Herald of Blood Explosions, which also works fantastic. We got our Blood Boils, causing the enemy to blood boil. And then, like, for example, the King of the Mist, the King of the Mist, this king here, he's going to instantly die. Because the king summons his friends, right? His cronies who are around him. And his cronies are going to get the corrupted blood. And then we're going to have a big surprise waiting for him as he just gets absolutely demolished by corrupted blood overstacking. Right with Impale disengage. Gives bigger bleeds. It's not that we just need bigger bleeds. That's the whole thing, right? What does Impale do? Supported skills cannot extract Impale. Supported skills impale enemies on hit. Ah, I see what you're saying. And then Impale is a debuff inflicted by hits, which stores 30% of the pre-mitigated physical damage of the impaling hit as its magnitude. Subsequent attack hits against Impale targets will extract the Impale debuff. Ah, I see what you're saying. Makes sense. Good point. I like what you're doing there. I have to say I read Impale one time, and I was like, huh? It's like literally like the first time I read it, it was like, huh? Now that you say Impale does more bleed, and with me like trying to actually put like 2 brain cells into it, you're right. It is very useful. But my first reaction was still, huh? Interested in last Epoch. Not 100% interested, but I'm thinking about pulling off another minion-focused build. I really like minion-focused builds. We might also do like a funny lich, so we have some potential last Epoch plans. Okay, what does this thing do? Adds physical fire, inflicts fire exposure when this weapon fully breaks armor. I swear to God, there's some of these items where you're just like, I don't know why you exist. Like, Rain, I have absolutely no clue why you exist. No often. Tier 12. We could do Combat Frenzy. Probably not. Let's make the spear magical. I doubt I'll find a better spear anytime soon because I have quite the crazy spear. 137% physical damage, right? That's nasty. It's not good. That's nasty. I still have to, though, start upgrading things, like, just in case I might get something along the line. Well, we can't really stream much tomorrow because tomorrow I'm out with the waifu. But today we should be able to make meaningful progress. I mean, we're 42. We're in Act 1 Cruel. I do believe we should make our way all the way to at least 65. And that's the minimum, right? Ooh, periodic cold explosion, additional projectiles. Does that mean? Yes! Chan! Watch! Ah! Okay, where's the final? There is one here, one there. Either it's down all the way or it's here in this cluster. Any nice dates planned with Christina? We're probably gonna go to a thermal... Is it the thermal bath? Is that what you call it? Pool? Thermal pool? Like these... You know, these fancy places where water is warm and not cold. That's the plan. You know, the places that don't have water slides. So it's like a waste to go there with your children because they can't water slide. And they're like, why are we here? There's nothing to do for us. Extra physical damage aura. Let's go, chat. But honestly, the ritual sacrifice so far is fun, but it's just not good. But that extra physical damage aura is definitely hitting. So we're now waiting for him to summon his cronies. Okay. We need him to get the lats out. Because now like my boils are gonna form all over them, okay? If I kill these guys, the king is going to get all these corrupted blood boils, and then he's just gets like enormous bleed that kills him. I mean, like, it's not like he anyways died, but still. We had a backup plan. Give me everything. Huge damage in this economy with these tariffs, right? Huge damage. A third Tamalbad, yes, a Tamalbad, 6 seals. How you say it in German? Hey, I would like to go to the Clearfell encampment. Anyone? No. Are the servers behaving weird again, or failed to join any instance? Okay. Actually got the arrow there. So let me just walk back to the waypoint in the beginning. Let's try. No? Okay. Get a luck. Well. Oh, look. Finally, chat. We could leave the game. Holy moly. I was just trying to leave. It's last Epoch is DDoSing POE 2. I found it out. It's happening, Chan. This is an attack. Let's just hope we're not getting like a rollback. Well, end of the day, double loot, I guess. Did I get a rollback? Yeah, see, like I get the rune guard, that, and I didn't actually, yeah. So a minimal rollback. I think that's fine. I can live with that. Not super mad, just slightly disappointed. I remember when the game was new, I guess you all do, right, John? And you fought like the king the first time and you're like, man, he's so like, he just like chew, and then there's units coming around him and like, whoa. And now he's like, get out of my fucking way, nerd. Ain't nobody got time for you. It's fun to reminiscence about like the beginning when you know, you just look back how everything started and how we're looking now at the game. Sometimes it's just more fun, personally believe, to not know too much about a game, right? Like optimizing a game, good and whatever, but at some point you just know too much. That makes sense to you? You just lost a divine Nizzy. That's pain. So far, I've been lucky with that. I don't really know what's happening with us servers, though. Like, I wish there was a word from them. Because usually they're very open with their communication, right? But we haven't really had a word on why the servers are like this. Like, if they're... Are the servers just weird? Is there an actual issue, right? Where, like, do you know what's happening, GGG? Is it because too many people are interested? Hey, if you're telling me that too many people are interested in this game, and that's why the servers are struggling, I'm fine. But like, just tell us. Because I haven't seen a single post on server performance, and we all know the server performance is subpar. And I don't want to whine, right? But I just would like to have a word. I'm taking that elemental resistance aura. How much resistance is that? Can you get it? Oh, look at that, chat. Wow, the elemental resistance aura is popping. Jonathan thought EU was DDoS attacked. Do we? It seems such a convenient excuse that our servers are struggling because they're DDoS. I'm not saying that's an excuse, don't get me wrong, right? But it sounds like such a convenient, like, oh, yeah, so, like, you know, we're, like, the servers are struggling because we're being DDoSed. Yeah, oh, no. Like, we don't, it's not in our hands. What could we possibly do? I'm not saying that's the case here. You know what I mean, right? The convenient... Oh, unlucky. It might be the truth because this often happens to games, right? It's not like we don't believe you, GGG. Just like, how convenient. Yeah, like, it's interesting with the servers because sometimes, John, a server is completely fucked. Like, I couldn't play on Frankfurt. I've swapped over to London. London was perfect. But then London started having problems. I went back to Frankfurt and Frankfurt was fine again. As if you're saying, like, the servers are being DDoSed and they're single targeting certain servers and then like targeting servers again. So it could be the reason. I mean, that's at least my experience right now. If I have swapped servers around, it has usually helped with me being able to keep on playing. Like, I've never been at the point where I could not play anymore. Milan best? Oh, I've tried Milan. Usually for me, Frankfurt and London have been holding up nicely. So just as an FYI, if you're looking for servers that work for you, if you're European, that is. And the Americans are also saying, like, might fit with the DDoS story, because Americans are reporting not too many problems with their servers, right? Most of our viewers from over there have been like, this is stable. We don't see your stupid problem, EU. For me, Paris works good. I gotta say, Paris has been like up and down for me. The most inconsistent so far. Mr. Druid. Where are you going? Where you think you're going, sir? Oh, I can't actually stay on him. But playing Stomping Ground is such a bully build. I wonder if we were actually doing much more damage with our explosive spear version of the build. I mean, we're doing massive damage, but this is just like simpler, vastly simpler. Moscow worked. Surprisingly, yes, the Russian servers were good. We actually swapped over to Moscow for a while. It felt a bit weird with a slight delay, but we got it. I was at the barber today, Chad. In case you haven't noticed. I finally don't look like a punk anymore. And I made a big mistake at the barber. Because he asked me a question I wasn't prepared for. He has never done that before, so I was confused. No, he didn't kiss me. But he asked if I would like to have my nose cleaned with wax. And I said yes. Because he surprised me. I was like chilling there and he was like, you know, I was like, okay. And then he just stuffed like two wax sticks in my nose and rammed them out again. Holy. Not sure if I'm going to do that again. Was that her birthday present? No, her birthday present was an escape room. My wife and I, we went to an escape room together. I decided for adventure over material treasure this year. And I think it worked. Yeah, but it was surprisingly an ouch situation. Like, he surprised me. He never asked to do that before. So I don't know if that's their new routine. He tricked me. A sexual escape room. Are there sexual escape rooms? But I don't know. Are there? Tell me. Germany should know. Probably there is. Probably there is. You're right. What am I even asking? It's 2025. There is 100% something somewhere. And if there ain't, business idea. Right? Oh, you're still alive, Jeremiah? Good. Give me your periodic cold explosions. If you ask, is this worth it? The ritual sacrifice is not. He's not. But we're still trying it out because I just want to know, right? I want to experiment with it and see where we can bring it. There are escape rooms where some needy grandmother's chasing you. That sounds more like one of these horror escape rooms. Right? Typhos, thank you for the 89 centuries of support. Bala, I missed you 2 months early on. I'm very sorry, my friend. Thank you for the 2 months of support. And there's definitely these kind of like scary escape rooms, right? But I prefer the ones with mystery. I'm sorry. I don't need a scary escape room. I'm raising 2 girls. That's going to be enough scary in my life for the rest of my life, I guess. Stun him. Yes. I wonder if we have reached the point where assault is better, chat. So what we're going to do next fight is we're going to swap over to rapid assault to test if rapid assault is slowly the better option than going for the stomping ground. Could be something. Let's actually find a Sinia and then do that.
My dearest daughter, beloved for all time.
Let's go there. Escape rooms are fun, yes, but they can be expensive. I mean, reasonably expensive. Right? I can't do one every day. And I would like to take the wife climbing, but the problem is, like how she's gonna spot me, right? I mean, we have a significant weight difference. And it's not that she's fat, I'm fat. It's gonna be complicated. I vialed my spear and it removed physical damage and replaced it with cold damage. Why would you do something like that? I simply don't vial things. Vialing PTSD is real, okay? Absolutely real. Climb with auto belay. I don't know what that means. That, like, I literally do not know that word. I am sorry for my non-nativeness. I do not know that word. Escape rooms for 100 euros plus. Well, if the escape room experience is 2 hours long with like a ginormous room and real actors, an automatic safe spawning thingy, huh? I mean, I don't know if the The climbing halts here close by have that, but I'll inquire. Because I do like climbing. If I'm on the heavier side, it's fun. Fire damage and physical damage. The fire damage wouldn't work yet, but we will keep it for us. What level is our Rapid Assault right now? Rapid Assault is currently level 9. We need another 11 skill gem because we wanted to try out, very important, is Rapid Assault, can it now hold up with the other stuff? Rapid Assault is getting a... What is Rapid Assault getting for second support? Close combat. I mean, close combat will work. Because you are literally close combating, but don't you have like Fizz? It's too close.
How can I help? Take a look. Stick to the carrot.
Break it all down. Okay, what do we have here? Fire resistance, doesn't have strength. If an item doesn't have strength, we don't want it, okay? Very important. You know have strength and we know want you. Gotta fit the... Ooh, that is 15 strength and 184 armor. That's a bit more strength, life, maximum mana, and lightning resistance. You know what? It has less armor, but it has like all the other stuff, so I'll take it.
Here's what I've got. Stick to the cards.
Let's try out Rapid Assault in our next. Fine. Is there what where Rapid Assault damage bleed included can keep up with the rate damage bleed included? Rapid Assault is technically better than rate for bosses. Now, again, why are we doing so much damage with rate? That's not because of the rate, that's because of the Stomping Grounds. The Stomping Grounds are adding, like, they're pretty much doubling the DPS of a rake. So you get that one skill that adds, like, this bonus ancestral bibbidi bop to everything, and you get, like, the shockwave to really destroy it. And, like, this is not rate damage, this is pretty much the Stomping Ground damage, okay? That's why it's working so good. We're currently trying to find the breaking point. When is Rapid Assault better? That's right now what we're trying to figure out, or what I'm personally trying to figure out. Because I would really like to know when is it opportune to like swap that over? When is it opportune to say, hey, it would be better to Rapid Assault? By the way, we're gonna put Rage now on the Rapid Assault. Now we're going to do Rapid Assault versus Ascendancy, then we're going to respawn and do Rake to see which one is faster, okay? Damage is good on the Rapid Assault right now. Level 11 has like the 1000 damage last stab. We get the attack speed, we get everything roll in, so we got double attack, and then Rapid Assault. See, like, the problem is you put this in, then you get exploded, right? Damage good, damage not bad. Right, this is acceptable damage, but it's nothing on the crazy side. Like, right, you notice this. This is like, and I have to pretty much do Rapid Assault and then explosions. So that's like Rapid Assault now. Just for you to get the stream. Yes, it's an overflow. It was a one-time thing. Now we're going to put the Rage over again, right? Just to give you a feeling for this. And now we're going to do Rake only. Just for you to see the difference. The Rapid Assault was obviously good now. It was doing fine. Not crazy, but fine. Same. And I think the Rake is obvious, right? Which one has more damage, Chad? Alone, like from a convenience standpoint, when we're just looking at, like, just playing, right? Oh. Oh no! I thought I was far enough away to like be able to keep booping her in the butt. I guess I could have just done spear throw. Sorry, Chad. Greedy much? Like, you notice the difference, right? My love, I called to you.
Now, you are mine. Forever. Wait and rot.
Oh. Is there an Uber Lilith main boss in this? Yes, there is the Arbiter, and then Arbiter plus 1, 2, 3, and 4. There is Zesht. There would be King of the Mist 2.0. There would be the Council. Right? What the King's Council? Where's that King's Council? There are a couple. Chaos Orbs from your pet is a nice move too. You would think so, but the Chaos Orbs from my pet barely do any damage. So the thought is, yeah, kind of cool. Like they're kind of nice, but honestly, barely any damage. Not really that exciting to use. There's definitely better stuff to look for. So that much for free. Oh, my spear throw has a third one. So that is brutality. I can now put martial temp on it. Yeah. Okay, first and foremost, I was totally out of that. Oh, I just backwards dashed into that, chat. Hints to get a better tame friend. Yes, you go into Act 3, second area. There you find the abandoned camp. In the abandoned camp, you are going to get the waypoint, and then you just respawn until you have the animal you're looking for. That's it. It's really that simple. Oh. Yeah, that was clear to kill me. One thing we're going to do before we actually continue the fight, let's teleport down because I want to swap the Ascendancy points, as like we have tried out now the ritual and it's not worth it. Absolutely not. Oh shit, we can't actually swap the Ascendancy points. We gotta wait until we level up. You're gonna do that in Act 3. And then you're gonna try to get a beast that does like either shock damage, for example. Because shock damage is really amazing on these beasts. Since the shock damage actually shocks the opponent. And that means 20% more damage. Right? Who doesn't want to do 20% more damage just because? We should be stunned in a second. Unexciting that we're just holding down the one rake button, but hey, if it works, it works. You can definitely disengage rake for a bit more damage. The orbs, they're coming from my pet, and my pet has volatile plants. That's where the pets are coming from. Slowly, the ritual sacrifice feels bad. We started with the blood boils because blood boils are 100% useful. The problem with the blood boils being 100% useful is... the thing with the blood boils 100% being useful is they don't work on bosses. Right? We play last Epoch, maybe later. We might do a 2-stream day because I can't stream too much tomorrow. And I can't stream too much on Sunday. So we gotta like somehow try to weasel in some time. That might lead to some last Epoch. So we tried out the blood boil. The blood boil is good. It kind of works. This is 20% increased physical. That's kind of good. But this one was really not it, I gotta say. Also, you losing 10,000 gold for respecking is kind of shit. I wonder if I should take minus elemental resistance or maximum mana. I think I can take maximum mana because I should still be able to do it. And then we get +1 ring slot. In this case, +1 ring slot. I don't really have many good rings, but hey, I got one with like physical and that bonus. So why wouldn't I take it, right? Say that's rarity of items found. Ta-da. Wibbity wobbity. Bingy bonky. Flippity flop. In this case, a whittle bit more damage. Good. What do we have here?
Take a look.
We get evasion rating, energy shield, and then get to start like keeping pieces that have evasion rating and energy shield, armor and evasion rating, but it doesn't have strength, so we don't want it. That has 107 maximum life. Yikes. I guess it's about time that we just say goodbye to the idea of having strength.
That'll be useful.
Because like that's a lot of max life to just have flying around. Shouldn't say no to that. That's maximum life, evasion rating, fire resistance, chaos resistance too. Ooh. Not bad, but mine has strength. I do like this one though with the maximum life. It's quite something. Don't just want to buy it to put it in because I'm poor. But the solo self-found life is hitting hard. So now we have a third ring, and the third ring is just there, right? I mean, sure, I have less maximum mana, but I don't actually spend that much mana, so it's fine. That's the Fraythorn. We don't have to go there. As far as I know. A barbed spear. Make it a habit to pick up every single spear, right? I mean, that generally goes for whatever you're playing. I feel people don't make it a habit to pick up, like, from white to blue everything, main weapon related. Never feel like you can say no to that. Because there's always awesomeness just waiting around the corner. You know what? My blood boil is not working because I don't have it activated. Thank you for reminding me, Chad. I've been wondering why my blood boil is not blood boiling and why we're not getting that bonus blood boil. You just gamble. I don't have the money to gamble anymore. So a week ago, I had 5 million gold, and then I started to try out some builds for the stream, and I flipped some specs around, and now I have like 0 gold. I'm literally forced. So I wake up in the morning to make my YouTube video, and before I start recording any YouTube video, for 30 minutes I'm just pushing maps to get gold because I don't have enough gold. And I don't want to push maps. I want to like do some content, right? I want to have some fun, but nope. Gotta sit down, push maps because I'm poor. It's really annoying. I wanted the Ascendancy to sacrifice rare mobs for the thematic, and I totally feel with you because it makes absolutely sense. The Ritualist being able to sacrifice things to empower himself is a great thematic thing, but it kind of shit. I mean, I feel like they should have made it a minute. And like, raise your hand if you agree it should be a minute long. Because right now, 20 seconds is nothing, right? If it was a minute, it would at least feel good. Like, I get these modifiers. Because even if you get a persistence buff, like, it's, what, 25 seconds then. Congratulations. So it's just never at the point where it feels, like, amazing. It just feels decent. The sacrifice should be permanent. It would be fun if you take the sacrifice and then you have it with you. Maybe add half the efficiency or something if you want to make it permanent, right? Just keep bleeding him. He jumped over me. Further than I jumped over him. 25% reservation per mod you choose to use. I definitely think there's a better way to do the Ritualist. Like, right now, the whole ritual sacrifice just feels like a gimmick than an actual theme, right? And that's like not good. I don't want my Ascendancy to feel like a gimmicky thingy. I want it to be like a cool theme. I mean, that's why I choose to ascend in that direction. See, like, I went for a Tactician, for example, and as a Tactician, I do actually feel like I am playing a Tactician. I choose my totems and my grenades, and I set myself up accordingly, right? And I put myself in a good position, and then I make the most out of it. So the Ascendancy was feeding into a power fantasy, right? The Ascendancy was feeding into something. By the way, we're now taking Magnitude of Ailment, and that's also Magnitude of Bleed. So the plan was we go over here, now take Magnitude of Bleed, then we can go further and take even more Magnitude of Bleed. It's actually really simple. So that's how my brain works. I played a Smith of Kitava. Obviously, I used a white chest, right? To live that Smith Ascendancy. To work on that power fantasy. Infernalist? Sure, I'm going for burning minions. Not necessarily demon form. That's kind of what's a bit missing. That's a huge tree. The problem with the sacrifice is that it's a slow payoff for killing a rare, but you don't benefit it most of the time. I mean, it's completely useless in boss fights, obviously, unless you put 4 Ascendancy points into it. Righto. I mean, if you compare, for example, the Ritual Sacrifice versus the Infernal Hound from the Infernalist, you feel like you get robbed.
Una will thank me for this, no doubt.
I do believe the base plan with the Ritualist is great. Right? The base idea behind the Ritualist, fantastic. Just the execution lacking. I do believe we have a couple of these. Like, the general plan of having, like, this Acolyte of Shayula that works together with creating darkness and then use that darkness to do things and all, like, yeah, sure. I think you're cooking something. Just what you cooked is not tasty yet. Like the Smith of Kitava right now with the cast on fire spell or fire spell on hit that is useless currently, will probably be useful down the line, but currently it's useless. The darkness thing is very strong early game. Yeah, I've not yet heard anyone ever say anything positive about the Acolyte of Shayula. Apart from, I used to be able to cheese the Trials of Sekimus with it. I mean, that's the only positive thing that people can say. Hey, so you could cheese the Trials of Sekimus with this. Yep. Cool. Makes sense. Why could you cheese the Trials of Sekimus? Oh, so like the damage you took was taken from your darkness before your honor, and that led to you pretty much being able to do the Trials of Sekimus without losing honor. You can use Cast on Fire to detonate Debt with leaps, so it's kind of interesting. Yeah, but detonate Debt got heavily nerfed primal, and you really don't need it to actually do any damage with the warrior. So yes, you could do the detonate debt, but it's useless. Because, like, you really don't need it. Obviously, down the line, we will get interesting spells that will probably work. They're just not in the game yet. But I won't disagree that it works. Like, we're in agreement. There is a way to make it work. Should we take these 17 armor gloves? No, I can't just put on 17 armor gloves only because they have some... Oh god, I clicked clear film instead of him. That was bad. Good, now our bleed is going up from 200 bleed to 236. I guess that's good. Take it. His strength. That's a lot of evasion rating and maximum life. Rarity of items found. That's a lot of armor on these items, so that is 20%. 77%. Could that turn out to be better, chat? When it's a level 40 versus a level 33, but it would have to, like, we have to regal it, and I just don't have regals. It's like, we would have to regal it. Well, listen, I don't have regals. So let me start disenchanting yellow items again. Always forget that that's mandatory when you're playing solo self-found, right? Not regaling things. It's big bad. Okay, make magic. Level 2 projectile skills. Level 2 melee skills. Fire damage. Physical damage. Well, you know what? This one we're going to keep. This one can eat my ass. Still want to keep the 137% increased physical damage for maybe like bad weather or something. Who knows? Is loot better in solo self-found? No, it's not. That's not how it works. Solo self-found is self-inflicted difficulty because you want to show the world how amazing you are. And trading is cheating. So, yeah. No. I literally just prefer to play this way, but the drops are not better. Generally speaking, though, the drops are better. I can tell you that the drops are better in the game right now. That being said, I had a terrible spear in Act 2. And the only reason why we still had success in Act 2 is the Stomping Ground. Like, otherwise, Act 2 would have been horrible. Like, horrible times 10. Like, absolute fuck fiesta. Not good at all. And it's pretty much just because of Stomping Ground. Because Stomping Ground doesn't care about the quality of your spear. It deals the Stomping Ground damage. So that helped us a ton there. Training is the devil. Well, I watched a video recently. I was looking for some builds, and I watched a video. And the whole video was like the guy playing, and whenever he hit a roadblock, he just bought something from the trade. So he was like, okay, so like we're now in Act 3, and I noticed my damage was falling off, so I was looking for chaos builds. Ah, yeah. So next upgrade incoming, and then he just bought 2 items with +3 to all chaos spells. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, sure, you're gonna be powerful if you do that. I mean, like no offense, right? But it's like, oh, now I'm in Act 2, and I feel like I don't have enough life. New chest piece. I need some energy shield. New helmet. I'm in Act 3 crew now in front of mapping. Helmet with +6 to all chaos spells. Okay. One, I mean. Sorry. I don't know. Like, that whole video just rubbed me wrong in so many ways. I know people play like this, right? I don't like trading, but that video was like everything I dislike about trading. Like, any problem you're facing, you just fix by trading. I know that's what trading exists for. It just doesn't sit well with me. The guillotine! So what's gonna happen now, chat? Look at his corrupted blood stacks. And these corrupted blood stacks, we can explode them for damage. Okay. That's actually a bit of a cheese. Not really a cheese, but a little bit. Let me just explode your corrupted blood stacks, and then I explode them again, and again, and again. I do leave trading as a last resort. See, that's okay, I think. Because if you're truly stuck if you truly don't have enough life and you keep dying after dying after dying, there's no fun in this game. Hitting your head against the wall until you finally drop an item that gives you more max life so you can keep playing, right? If you then choose to enter the end game and start trading to get some more max life and some more resistances to just have more fun again, that makes total sense. But it's more a problem of the game itself that defense doesn't make sense. I tried to articulate that in our latest YouTube video. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called Path of Exile. It has 3 major problems in my eyes. And one of them being defense just not making sense. Right? How long until last Epoch? I think last Epoch launches tonight at 6 p.m. German time. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. You're working on Alice time. Like, if I am not wrong, they said the servers are down for 24 hours. That should be in 7 hours. If you work on Australian time in 7 hours, technically, they should be back. I need better rings on my Tactician. Rings are such a differentiator if you have them. Or like you can have rings of plus 30 physical damage. Hello? Especially when you're playing the Tactician with ballistas, you want those rings. You did a 80 Amazon lightning build. What should you do next? You can do Smith of Kitava. I would probably recommend trying out the Merc. The Merc can be played with Galvanic Shards or with grenades and the totems. So Merc has a couple of different ways to be played. You can even play the Siege Cannonade Merc as well. That's an option too. I feel like Merc just, right now, Tactician Ascendancy really good. And the Tactician Ascendancy can also be used for a Combat Frenzy build, because the Tactician itself can have all the damage to pin. So technically, you could also use this for some Hunter's Spear shebang bang. Technically. Okay, I need level 3 supports, chat. This is like the biggest thing that's holding us back right now. And then I think we should be rolling.
Now to do with a tyrant, but stick his head on a...
On a decent quadrilla pet with Lightning Storm, Lightning Damage, and Haste Aura. We'll definitely try to find a new one as we hit Act 3 Cruel. Okay, Stomping Ground still going strong, chat. What do you think now? What should we do? There is not much more damage we can take, so I'm thinking about like strength, 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 and then let's just get more bleeding magnitude, okay? It seems a bit overkill, but we really want to live this Stomping Ground basic plan. So we're gonna pull this further through as like how far can we do this? How efficient can we keep this being? Maziu, thank you for your subscription and support. 45 months already. It's quite heavy, sir. Hope you're still enjoying the stream. It's spa time. Enjoy your time, Frederick. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, we get a, like, the wife, we gotta make Easter color X today. Yeah. I just remembered that. Like, we still haven't colored X. And Sunday is coming. Children positively excited to go for the search. Every Hunter, Ranger, Merc need Energy Shield to survive. I made a Merc with armor and evasion rating, and it's working. Currently, tier 15, 16, 17 maps relatively well, but I needed to take some notes like defend with more armor from enemies that are 6 meters away. So like stupid notes like this to actually work. How do you play Soul Self-Found if no drops or crafting does anything? I mean, you always get something. You just gotta, like, you sometimes just hit a snag. Right? So right now, my Huntress, for example, she is strong. But she can't get stronger unless I find a better spear. Right? So, like, you're then solo self-found stuck because you're now searching for a better spear. Until I find one, my Huntress won't become stronger. Now, that being said, that's why you play more than one character. Because now my Huntress might be waiting for a new weapon, right? But that doesn't mean that I can't find that new weapon on a different character. So I can play my Mercenary and then just enjoy my Mercenary. And while I'm enjoying my Mercenary, right, we're then potentially finding a new weapon for the Huntress, for example.
Whatever it was, it's dead now.
That's how you treat Soul Self-Found a little bit. Personally do. Tangled Tongue. Well, see, ladies and gentlemen, I don't plan to play it, but...
He's trouble, he is.
Ta-da! Ta-da! Tangled Tongue. Why do I have this? Why don't I have this? Chat, why don't I have this? Is this the bleeding chest piece? Reduce bleeding duration on you. Bleeding you inflict is aggravated. It is, right?
Take a look.
What do we have? Physical damage. That's a lot of physical damage too. And attack speed. Projectile skills. I don't want to keep that one.
Stick to the cairns.
We don't have the regolds to play around with them right now, so... Sold the one with 20 crit because I didn't know. Hey, I could make a lot of currency right now with this one if I would swap over to the trade league. But if I ever don't feel like playing a solo self-found anymore, I could just swap and I'll find a poor soul who gives me money for that. And then I turn that money into regolds and whatever, and I'm happy. But I don't like builds that rely on uniques. I know this is a weird stance maybe, but I just really don't like him. Personally, not a fan. But build relies on a unique. Currently, Path of Exile 2 is mostly bad reviews. Yes, I've seen it. People have been really venting on Steam. As if they have nothing better to do. Absolutely super vend. How to use weapon set points properly. Okay, so weapon set points are like your normal skill points. Only that they're bound to a weapon. So what I could do right now is I could remove 16 points, okay, that I then just put to a weapon set. Namely, I have currently these damaging ailments for bleed. So I could remove these 4 points, then I have 4 spare points. I click on weapon set 2 and I put these on weapon set 2, okay? That means if I have weapon set 2 out, I will use this skill. But that also means that I have 4 points now that I can spend with weapon set 1 to, for example, get myself more attack speed. That then when I'm actually bleeding someone with Rake, I would use the weapon set for the maximum bleed magnitude. And if I then throw my explosive spears, I would have the weapon set 1 go for more projectile damage nodes. Does that make sense? Also, why is no one here? Why the hell is there no monsters in this whole area? What is that for a mutation? Hello? That was strange. I guess I'm fine. Just what it is. If you want more explanations on weapon points, my latest Tactician build is using them. And I pretty much walk you through step by step how to put the weapon points. It's something you gotta try out yourself. Like, I watched some videos on weapon points before I did my totem warrior back in the days. Because I had no clue how to properly use weapon points, right? I literally had to watch another creator, like his build, to kind of like understand how do weapon points properly work, because I didn't bother with it before. And then like you just gotta try it, right? Once you have played around a bit with weapon points, you kind of get used to them.
Need more time.
You're gonna play around with it a bit. Then you're gonna be an absolute machine. Do we want to kill this elite? Maybe we could. Full lead. Too many mobs in campaign? I think there's a big complaint of people finding the campaign is too difficult, but it stems from a lack of skill and knowledge. I'm not saying people are generally bad. It's just, I mean, you've seen right now, some people tell me they take 4 hours to beat Act 1. That's a lack of knowledge, simple as it is. That's not Act 1 being too hard. That's you just lacking the knowledge how to properly play. And that's okay. You need to acquire that knowledge then, right? Instead of saying Act 1 is too hard. And no one expects you to like live up to the times of people that play the game way too much, right? But at least try to, you know, understand what's going wrong. I don't want to belittle anyone. I mean, it's fine to suck at video games. There's nothing bad with that. Ow, ow. I am so dead. It's fine to suck at video games, as I said, Chan.
I've heard enough of the beast.
I hope you understand.
It's a fool's game.
Definitely noticing that we don't have enough armor. I mean, it doesn't help that we haven't picked up a new item piece because we're like hogging our items here with the bonus strength. Usually I would swap item pieces, right? But since I want to maintain the peak damage of the Stomping Ground, we've pretty much like foregone some upgrades to be able to maintain more damage. Not sure how smart that is. Okay, sir, like, not cool. Mariana, open the cage. She's bullying me. Mariana!
I think not. I expected so much more from you. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
You manipulative whore! How dare you bandit after all I've given you!
Okay.
Chilling frost. I will take out your heart.
Nope.
Need more time.
Oh, but really? I stood still? Oops. But if you suck, you don't go to form and cry about it. Well, depends on the person. Depends on the person.
No new
There's plenty of people that believe if something doesn't go their way, the easiest solution is to complain about it. It is interesting though, because I have been on the... I went into the Path of Exile Reddit, and I wanted to, like, not to make fun of people, right? That makes no sense. I wanted to know what people are struggling with. So, like, right, you know, as good video topics, sometimes you need to find out what are people actually struggling with. And I found a whole thread with 50 replies of people struggling with a chimera in Act 3. And I was like, how? I mean, they're just like people just have different struggles, right? But I was just like, how? I don't understand. How can you struggle against that boss? But everyone has their different struggles. That being said, most struggles in this game really come from the game just not explaining enough. I mean, for example, that the vendor refreshes, right? You know the vendor refreshes, correct, Chad? Like every level, the vendor actually refreshes. You know that. But I gotta say, is there ever a pop-up that actually explains this? There never is, right? There's something where I'm saying, like, maybe that's one of these cases where the game just simply lacks an explanation. Okay, I feel like I was totally out of the range of that. And that's like generally, like, I gotta say that that's one thing that Diablo has been doing good. Give it to Diablo chat once in a while. Like, they're actually, like, they have all these pop-ups that explain things, and when you enter a new area, it's like, oh! And you might not read them, okay? But, like, it's like in your face, down your throat, right? You have no choice. And I think a lot of people still don't know that vendors refresh every level. And technically that every level, you have to teleport back.
Oriana used it against me.
Where has she taken the beast?
I found messages.
And that's something where I'm saying, yes, people suck.
From the Vastiri.
But it's not that they suck on their own choice. It's also that the game lacks crucial explanations at times. Correct?
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfield.
A little bit of both.
We can stick to the car. Take a look.
In the late game, for example, most of my upgrades are still from the vendor. I mean, I get a, like, 20 divine item from the vendor. Because why not?
Till next time.
Wow, that's 20 movement speed. But I get 10. That's a lot of maximum mana. You could have strength. You don't have strength. I hate you. Do check for rings on Una. Oh, that's level 50.
You've done the good.
New amulet. No.
It seems shadows haunt us.
Is a parry build worth trying? Nope. Parry is literally just there to give you frenzy charges, and frenzy charges can be created different than parrying. The problem with parry is that you can't parry, for example, an elemental attack. So when the boss slams the ground. If you're fighting a boss, you pretty much have to wait for him to do a physical attack to then parry said physical attack. And if you parry too early, then you're just wasting windows where you could have actually dealt damage. Parry is, again, a nice thought, and it's a cute mechanic, but I have not done a single parry so far in my playthrough here, and I've not been slow off for it. I mean, we're now like, this character is 6 hours old. 6 hours, 43 minutes, and we're on our way to Act 3. Nothing's been a problem so far. Stomping ground is just stomping everything. Still asking myself if it would be better to slowly swap over to Rapid Assault, but Rapid Assault has turned out weaker. I mean, more wisdom that the game doesn't tell you. The problem often is remembering what the game doesn't tell you, my friend. If you have played the game a lot of time, you take a lot of knowledge for granted, right? And you forget that that's never actually explained to you. And I don't know if they fixed it, but in the end game, the vendor that you have in your hideout is not the same vendor that is in the end game final level. So you have the Ziggurat Refuge where you can go, and the guy has different gear than in your hideout. So if you level up and the vendors refresh, you have two vendors that refresh, even though they're the same person. Which leads to you getting better items way faster, especially solo self-found, if you look for that. I want a good turret ballista build. What would you recommend? I would recommend to go to my YouTube, check the video from yesterday, where we have a Tactician who's currently sitting at level 86, ready to kill the Arbiter, 4th Ascension done. Easy peasy. Ballista grenade build mix, recently buffed. Stronger than ever.
That's him up there, the leader.
That's him up there, the leader. Oh, please give him corrupted blood. Yes. Okay, so all these lads are going to come now, right? And they're going to be infected by corrupted blood, and then he's going to be infected by corrupted blood. We're going to wait for a second so they actually get the corrupted blood, so we can give them the stacks. Wood.
They're everywhere. Dead. All of them.
This is certainly where the skill slowly gets behind, but still not to a point where we are feeling it too keen. Is Chaos Witch worth a thing? Yes, Chaos got buffed tremendously. There's a lot of interesting Chaos Liches you can play. I personally do not like the playstyle. Just gotta check it out yourself. What do you need to do to get the boss Atlas points? Unique maps, and you need to clear the nexuses. The corrupted nexuses is what you need to clear. Nexus C's? Is it Nexus Cis or C's? Huh. Good question. Let's keep the armor energy shield,
Who goes there? I only
because that's what we're going to do later.
I'll unburden you.
No strength for Ponyhoff. Sadness. We get 2 Regal Orbs, Chad. So I could technically take this one that does a lot of damage and Regal it. And this has plus to melee skills, so it's quite good. But it would have to get like a huge multiplier to in any way live up to my spear, right? I mean, my spear is stupid that it goes up to 130 damage already. What, Zero? YouTube video about what? You're gonna be more precise. I don't follow many Path of Exile creators because... Not because they're bad, but the actual OG Path of Exile creators have a very narrow view on the game. And this is not meant in a criticizing way. It's just like they they look at it through like their POE 1 lens, and they're only like interested in the hardcore community. So that's why I'm not often watching like, you know, many videos from the OG creators. I don't mean that in a negative way, because there are people that only want to play the end game, but it's literally like every single build guide from an old school PoE creator starts with, this is a tier 16 map, tier 17 Arbiter, I killed the Zesht, the boss from Simulacrum, and I'm like, I don't care that you did all of this. I would like to know if does this build survive? You know, how fun is it to play? Like, I don't need you to see you do like all these things. Cool, bruv, but like, how much, you know? Tell me about the build. You're copying Quinn's build, though. I won't sub with Twitch Prime. You know that this is literally Reagan's Stomping Ground, sir. That's not a build. That's just like the most obvious tech that anyone with 2 brain cells can come up with. Just saying, sir. I hope you know that. So I'm happy that Quinn has 2 brain cells. He's a good guy. Definitely have to try the whole thing out with shield charge too. How soon can you skill shield charge? I never actually much play shield charge. Is it like, is shield charge a tier 3 or a tier 1? It's not a tier 1, right? It's a tier 3 skill. So you have to kill the King of the Mist for it. If I'm not mistaken. I suppose that was a dig at someone particular? No, sir. I don't take any digs. It's just funny when people think builds are copied, like especially when they rely on like simple game mechanics, you know? You've seen it too many times throughout the years. I had a creator in Diablo 4 who thought I was stealing his builds. While like it was literally a build footing on very simple game mechanics, and I'm like, I'm sorry that I'm smart enough to figure this out, sir. I guess you're just so giga brain, you know? It was an interesting time, for sure. But yeah, people, you know? I got no time for that level of weirdness. All these builds are GGG builds. We just put the pieces together. No, there are some truly remarkable things people have done. So I've been watching this guy called KY, and he's been doing some interesting stuff, partially with like all the bonus extra projectiles and something like that. I gotta be honest, I wouldn't have the time, nor the interest, nor the will to actually sit down and figure it out how to get like the maximum amount of projectiles and how to literally break the game, or stuff that Young Roan, or however you pronounce his game, does. Like the dude literally breaks the game, right? But that's already beyond base game mechanics, right? That's like where someone just sat down and really tried to break something and dug the numbers and really went beyond. That's not for me, but I appreciate these builds. I love to look at them. Okay, we're moving further. So again, maximum strength boosting to take the magnitude of bleed. I'm very curious to get Thorns Burking. I've entered PoE 2 Thorns, right? Recently uploaded builds. There have been some interesting things.
This here's
Nothing I want to do myself, but there's certainly cool Thorn stuff out there. New patch update on PS5. There have been like 4 updates today. I had to click my update button 4 times or so today. There have been like 2.7 megabyte patches in between. Tiny things, multiple tiny things. I'm not sure what happened, but things happened. Back end, front end, middle end. Funny you became one of my go-to streams while I game myself. Appreciate it, sir. Happy you're enjoying it. Anyone see nodes? Well, for mini patches or for mini like hotfixes, you don't get nodes. I think like if you get like updates right now, they're sometimes the stuff they talked about. Because they mentioned they're working on fixes to minions. They're working on fixes to enemies not being too fast and stuff like that. So I guess they're doing micro adjustments in the back end. Pinid. Unless there's something like tremendous happening, right? It might just be fixes, performance fixes, crash fixes, you know, things like that. Wouldn't expect them to put nodes out every single time. Ooh, an exalted. Don't tell me. Take it. How do you get this pad though? You have the skill called Tame Pad. Sorry, Tame Beast. It's called Tame Beast. You get that with tier 9 gem. And then you just go out there and tame a beast. That's it. Secret sauce. It will reserve 42% of your spirit. 0.3. Keep that in mind. Expensive. But since I don't have a second spirit ability to use right now, doesn't matter. What do you think about Bone Cage Bleed Witch? Oh, I definitely want to experiment with Bleed Witch. Yes, for sure. I also wanted to experiment with using your life potion. So has anyone experimented with this, chat? Honest question to the chat. Has anyone played around with life potion for more bleed magnitude? Because you can use up your life potion to have an increased bleed magnitude. But I just haven't... Oh, she's stuck. I haven't gotten around to, like, get enough charges on my potion back to make that worth it. It just always felt bad. Because you're kind of, like, burning through your potion charges, and that's it. Then you don't have any anymore. So I assume there must be a keystone that could help with that. Potentially. But yeah, I haven't really dug into it too much. I know there must be a way. But I haven't. They shouldn't aspire to be the Dark Souls of ARPGs. I agree. I think Path of Exile being harder is awesome. Awesome. But they need to find a balance to... Well, actually, they don't need to find a balance how hard they want to be. They need to tell us how fucking hard they want to be. Right? So I don't mind the game being hard, but just tell us that that's your plan, right? Like, you need to communicate with the player base. You need to tell them, like, we're hard. Woo! Look at us. Big dick Path of Exile coming around. That's what you want to be. That's fine. But you also need to, like, carry that outwards. I think Blood Boil doesn't perform that good. Blood Boil performs surprisingly well, sir, in bigger packs. And if a boss has ads. I have fought some boss with ads. I don't remember which one it was. And my Blood Boil triggered on all the ads, killed them, and the boss almost instantly died because he got 10 stacks of corrupted blood and then his life just vanished. He was just gonzo. That was interesting.
Stay inside.
Yeah, coming back to the difficulty topic, I guess Path of Exile needs to just decide
No need to rush.
and promote where they're taking this project, right? Again, how hard do you want to be? How difficult do you want to be? Because if they're always like trying to be, like if they're trying to cater to the casuals, but they're actually not catering to the casuals. Oh god, I forgot to free the lady. I almost made a mistake here, Chad. Got to free the lady. I feel like they're trying to please the elites and trying tryhards and casual. Yeah, right now they're trying to please everyone, and that doesn't work. That's the point. Have you stocked up on chocolate for Easter? Yes, sir. Children are gonna get their chalky. They're positively giddy for Easter to come. They're also getting a sleepover at Granny's. Woo.
Let us move swiftly.
And your auto bomber blink build. I think auto bomber builds are generally like, I feel like no build should work without much input, right? I'm already not the biggest fan of one button builds.
Finally, some shade.
Monk was fun, yes. But at the same time, it was also just terrible for the game. Like, you have a build where you just hold down Ice Strike and that's about it. Right? You're not even trying. You're not even pretending to do some sophisticated shit, right? It's just like, Ice Strike. Pop, 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 pop. Everything dead. Sure, it was fun. I don't think it's good for the game. Level 3 support, yes, finally. Okay, which one are we gonna take now, Chad? Are we gonna take the Impale support? Because Impale support, okay, we have two choices, Chad, listen. So we can take Impale now. Impale would be good for our disengage because Impale would give us bonus damage that goes into pre-mitigated damage that then makes my rake do more damage, okay? Or we could take the Incision support, and Incision has increases the bleed magnitude by 30% for every consumed incision. But if I take the Incision support, I can also go and finally take the bleed magnitude per incision. So what are we going to do now? I guess if I put this on the disengage, it might just be better for boss damage right now. It's like probably the simple boss damage increaser if I take the Impale. Because you go for Impale, right? Then he's impaled, and then you would be able to do a bigger bleed. What will you stack Incision with? You don't have to stack Incision. It's not about stacking Incision. So I would Rake, and then Rake would apply one Incision. But if I then bleed him with a Rake again, the Incision would be consumed and reapply an Incision straight away. But due to then doing the Rake, it would already be a Rake with more magnitude of bleeding. And since in bleeding, always the bigger bleed counts, you would pretty much refresh every bleed with a new bleed that does more damage. That makes sense? So that's what we're gonna do in the next one. Should work, hopefully. Something on the bleed. Oh, so what keeps multiplying? Yes, Bootsy. So bleed works the way that the highest bleed counts. Okay. So you have a bleed on that does 500 damage per second, and then you do a bleed that does 600 damage per second. Then it doesn't add up. The 500 damage bleed gets replaced by the 600 damage bleed. So always the highest bleeding bleed bleeds. Which means if for every incision I proc, my bleed would deal 3% more magnitude, then every consecutive incision I consume stacks up. Like it's 3% per incision recently consumed. And since I 100% bleed, and every rake consumes an incision, like after like 5 rakes, you get a 15% more bleed magnitude, plus the actual bleed magnitude you have anyways. GGG announced a new patch on X. Did we miss something? They really announce stuff to weird times. Like because they're from New Zealand, right? Oh, just 18 minutes ago. You're right. No, wait. That was upcoming plans. Okay, with patch O2F deployed. I hope that's okay. We're reading it quickly, chat. We are already planning the next wave of improvements we want to be making. Our current plan is to try to get 0-G ready as soon as we can. Remain flexible around because Easter holidays, the main focus will be to address 2 highly thought after improvements. First improvement is around loot drops. The 3 main changes you can expect around this is to first mitigate unlucky streaks from bosses in the campaign by raising the floor of the quality of their drops. That's good. The second is to increase the quality of loot drops from bosses overall. And the third is to improve drops from monsters possessed by Wisp. Very good. The second improvement is around corrupted nexuses. They can be difficult and time consuming to find, and often players progress in waystone tiers much faster than they can complete the nexuses. Yes, make more. We will be reducing the number of nexuses needed to... No, make more nexuses. No, not reduce the number needed to get the passive points. Just make more of them. The corrupted nexuses are so much fun. So the easy solution, if people don't get enough, is make more. Just spawn more corruption in the Atlas to get more nexuses to... On top, we're also going to improve accessibility to pinnacle content, reduce the difficulty of simulacrums, and also increase the rewards and lower outlying difficulty spikes from remnants in expeditions. I mean, like, loot sounds already good. They probably watched my video from this morning with critique towards their loot, and that's obviously why this is happening, right, Chad? Ego trip much? Obviously. I can't think of any different reason. I must have watched the video. Look, Mom. Influencer. I cannot find it, like, correlation. Cause. How's the Ritualist looking? The Ritualist is a mixed bag. The blood boils are fun to use. So what are the blood boils? See, I run around and these dudes are building up blood boils. And if I then kill them, the blood boils are spreading to targets around. And they then get corrupted blood, and this corrupted blood deals damage to the percentage of life that the enemy has. This is okay during the campaign. Kind of fun, kind of fine. You don't necessarily need it. Will get good in mapping to really like chain explode everyone because it kind of propagates itself. The advantage of the blood boils is your Herald of Blood can't chain itself, technically, right? So you can't have your Herald of Blood like jump to the next target, to the next target, to the next target, to the next target. It's not what Herald of Blood does, sadly. But with the Blood Boil, you kind of have that somewhat happening to a degree. That's kind of cool. Problem is that the actual Ritualist sacrificing stuff is a bit useless. So here right now, see, he has corrupted blood, 10 stacks on him, and he takes life damage, and I can actually use that corrupted blood to hurt him with the blood hunt. Kind of cool. Now, the actual sacrifice of rare monsters is useless. So, the power fantasy of a Ritualist, sacrificing monsters, getting buffs from that, is completely useless. Completely. Absolutely not advisable to play around with. So, that's so-and-so. See, like, this is Blood Hunt right now. And I could only spam the Blood Hunt because he had the corrupted blood on him. The self-sacrifice has the problem that in order to self-sacrifice to work, you gotta put 4 points in. So you're already just putting 4 points in to have one ability that you can use on yourself. And on the way to that ability, you get 3% movement speed and 3% movement speed. This one is useless, so you're only using self-sacrifice. Right? 4 points just to use the ability on yourself. 4 Ascendancy points. I would find it better if I can self-sacrifice or do the other ritual. If there were 2 options. Let's say I can do the ritual on a monster And if I do it on the monster, it actually lasts for a minute. And if I self-sacrifice, it only lasts for 20 seconds. Then I would be okay with this. So I either choose monster or I choose do it for myself. Then I would obviously choose for myself because that's more convenient. And I would only use it on myself for that 20 seconds in front of boss fights. Now, what's really good, though, is the bonus ring. The problem with the bonus ring only being like that you need to have a bonus ring, right? So what if you don't have a ring? Oh wow, there was a little bit too many dudes. So like I have a bonus ring now, so I have 3 rings. That one is useful. Obviously, the better rings you have, the vastly more useful it gets. That's not a question. You weapon swap with unique shield plus alternate tree and you get 1 minute buffs. Yeah, but for that you need to have the unique shield first, sir, right? And then you need to weapon swap and then you can use it. So what you're telling me is that I need four Ascendancy points, and I need a unique shield, and I need to use weapon swap points to then be able to use my Ascendancy. You might notice how that does not sound like something that's actually good. Right? I don't have to explain the problem there, hopefully. It kind of becomes obvious why that is not great. I'm amazed you have so many characters endgame. I got bored before I finished the campaign. Well, sir, I love the campaign. The campaign is my favorite thing to play in this game. And the main reason for that is because the campaign is Path of Exile 2. Now we can argue about this as much as you want, but like that's what Path of Exile is for me. The campaign is so well done, in my humble opinion. Very, very good to play through. Overall fun. And I enjoyed the most. That's why I reached level 65. And then I have enough gas in me to level up to 85. But then I'm bored. That's usually where then like I really get hit by the wow. I'm in the end game and I'm bored. Every single time without fail.
Take your time.
Might just be me.
As you wish.
But never fails to exactly happen that way.
Care.
And then I make a new character because the campaign, again, is for me the game. The campaign is what really is the fun and what makes it so great. 15 strength. Armored energy shield. That spear's shit. That spear's shit. 44 to 82. I mean, we're slowly getting to levels where we might actually get something good. Whoa! 20 to 33 physical damage? Holy! I need to regal that one, right? I like... Oh no! Why lightning damage? Oh, I hate you so much. Why? Why me? I thought we're friends. And you spit in my face. Think about what I want to do with that one. It's still more damage? Yeah, but like there could have been a worse outcome. The problem is that the lightning damage is completely useless because it doesn't do a single thing for rake. So that's the whole point, right? So the rake doesn't do more damage. The rake is a physical damage influence skill. And like, congratulations to actually getting that lightning damage, but it doesn't do squat. Is Smith of Kitava worth trying? Smith of Kitava is super fun. It is, end of the day, just a warrior build. Because sadly, you can't really do Fire Spell on Hit Madness, and the Manifest Weapon doesn't really feel that good. So there are a few shortcomings from the Smith of Kitava, but it was definitely the easiest campaign playthrough. The most convenient one, like destroying everything left, right, and center, absolutely blasting through like whatever was in your way. The new Bring support, really good. The new Reach support, also really good. You have pretty much a Smith with Bone Shatter, and that Bone Shatter, with the right combination of things, hits the whole screen. And when I say the whole screen, it's not like ha 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 the whole screen. No, it's the whole screen. Like you Bone Shatter an enemy and boom, that goddamn Bone Shatter just hits everyone. Like it hits your granny over 5 towns. It's funny. And since Bone Shatter still deals absolutely unreasonable damage, there you go. I get more rewards by watching people play on Twitch than I do with the end game. You just notice with the end game that it was thrown together. Right? Tell me what you want, but that's what it is. They had the game ready to release or not ready to release, and they said, hey, we want to have an end game, so they just threw that together. Okay, we jump away to impale him. Why, chat? Because that jump away impale does more bleed damage. Because you pretty much put physical damage into him from the disengage with the impale. And then when you rake forward, it's a distance increase, and it's an increase due to consuming the impale. So it's like it's a double damage stack that you're adding to this. You could probably also, if you rush away, add more damage with a blood hunt. Because you would jump away to impale, and then you would blood hunt forward, which also then does more damage. That's at least how it should work. Wonder if you could use the impale on... Could you use the impale on Spearfield? You could, but you would still have to extract it with something else. Yeah. It would be nice if you had like a skill that... I mean, technically you could cause impale with a Bloodhound's Mark, but that's not happening. Could your pet impale?
Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
I mean, could it? I needed like to impale the boss consistently. What class will you start in Last Epoch if we then get to play Last Epoch tonight? Which is by no means set in stone. We will play an Acolyte most likely, because I always play the Summoner class in Last Epoch because their summoning system is actually pretty good.
You have your orders.
You always feel stat or resistance starved. The crafting isn't fun. The only time the crafting becomes fun is as you pick up Divine Orbs. Then you change a Divine Orb at the currency exchange for 300 or 400 Exalteds. And then you change another Divine Orb for 600 Regals. And then it's actually fun. Is there any game that you don't play? Well, I play everything that's fun to play. I don't limit myself in game choices. I've done that years ago as a creator because you felt the need to stick to a genre. But I stopped doing that a while ago. So at this point, we play whatever pleases us, whatever is fun. You know, whatever's hot and new and exciting. And might it be just to find out if the game is worth it? I mean, was I super interested in Assassin's Creed Shadows? No. But there was so much negativity about the game that I just wanted to see if it's worth it or not. Turns out it was actually worth it. Kind of enjoyed it. Sadly didn't have... Okay, so the Impale works, chat. The Impale works. He's stacking up that Impale. Interesting. So we get now our random beast here that's just hitting the enemy and he's just impaling them. Very well. I guess the only problem is the damage the beast does. So, like, the Impale is the pre-mitigated damage from the skill that would do it, right? So I don't know how much damage the beast does to then rely on the Impale or not rely on the Impale. Where I knew how much damage the disengage, for example, does. So it might be better to keep it on the disengage, because the disengage actually does unreasonable damage, chat. I don't know if you've ever looked at it, but disengage has like a very, very high damage output. Right, it does 1,600 damage, where my spear throw does like a 3,000 damage, so half of what like one of my main damaging abilities can deal. Is it even worth doing Herald of Blood? Yes. And Herald of Blood can spread, but you gotta do it in a different way. So the problem with Herald of Blood is, or the thing about Herald of Blood is, Herald of Blood has a fixed explosion, okay? So it has a fixed physical damage that it does base, yeah? And that fixed physical damage that it does base gets scaled with level. So the more levels you have, the more explosions it does. So if you now keep bleeding everyone always, like obviously, like an enemy, like it, sorry. I kind of was trying to say too many things at the same time. It does not matter how much bleed an enemy has. So he has minimal bleed, he will still die or he will still explode. And that's somewhat the advantage of the Herald of Blood. Doesn't matter how much you have blood. As long as you have any kind of blood loss on you, you will erupt in a puff of bleeding boom boom. That's kind of nice. You're just going to make sure to do things. You usually swap out the basic skills in the early game, like spear throw or spear stab. What do you mean with swap out? Beast hits like a wet noodle, that's true. The beast itself does not do exceptional damage. Definitely better to like Impale, jump out, and then Impale, jump back in again. Definitely leading to like massive bleeds, or more massive bleeds than if I would do it the other way around. Okay, we haven't found the checkpoint for the lady. She's probably going to be here in that little corner. Does the beast have haste aura? No, the beast currently has volatile plans, because I thought volatile plans would be good. It's not. I mean, it's chaos damage, and it was like, wow, chaos damage beast, probably amazing, right? Imagine like volatile plans. This is gonna be big dick super gameplay. Well, turns out it's actually small wiener kind of sadness. Okay. Absolute small wiener sadness. Yeah, micro wiener, exactly. I'm so disappointed though, because I was really hoping for this massively cool bonus chaos damage, because we all know how annoying it is when an enemy has the ability. Right? If an enemy has volatile plants, you're like, whoa, man, that sucks. He's hurting, right? I get hit by one of these balls, I'm dying. Nope. Jeweler's Orb, that's actually pretty good. Give me that book. Give me that shield. Teleport back. Now with the points available, I am going to go for more strength again. And then we pick chance to inflict bleed. And we're actually going to go for magnitude of bleed. And do we take attack damage against bleeding enemies? I mean, it makes the consecutive bleeds do more damage, but I feel like the magnitude of bleed is more important. We just read the patch notes a second ago. Sorry if you missed it. I mean, nothing too crazy, like without details, right? It's a lot of blah blah, but now we need the details, the deets.
I hear my wares are
I mean, that helmet would be better than what I have. armor, energy shield, and movement speed. Bangeranger. We're going to take you. I wonder if I should put a thingy orb on it. More physical, more attack speed. Holo. I like that. That's a lot of maximum life. Jeez, that's a lot of maximum life. You just gotta keep maximum life items at this point, sadly. I mean, sadly, but you get it. You can't just ignore these. 26% increased armor. Huh. Well, we kind of want to get rid of armor, so that's that. I'm going to use this Jeweler's Orb on. We used it on Rake. We don't have anything to use it on right now, apart from inspiration.
I hear you. Browse as long as you like.
Nothing strength related still. And that is vastly better than what I have, but it doesn't have, well, it doesn't have the resistances and the movement speed.
Goodbye.
Why strength instead of dex? Asking for a friend. Come closer. No smooching. Stomping ground. Triggers a shockwave when you take a step while using supported skills. Shockwave deals 150 of your strength as physical damage. Shockwave radius is 2 meters. Okay? This adds double the damage, roughly, to your rake. And it's very useful. Okay? That's why we're going for strength. It is technically the easiest way to play this. And again, we're kind of experimenting a little bit here to see how long can I keep doing this? How long can I keep focusing on this? How long until I need to swap away? You should put Envenom on your Herald. That actually does work. I have tried this myself. So what chat is saying, or what our friend in chat is saying, what you can do, ladies and gentlemen, is you can take the Herald of Blood, okay? And you can use a support gem. Sadly, I don't think the support gem is good enough for this right now, but we'll test germs. So you can take a support gem, and there is poison stuff, and you could take Envenom. Supported skills have a 50% to cast poison on hit, okay? That means that the Herald of Blood can cause poison, and the poison can bleed. Whatever poison can cause bleed, it is what it is. But actually not the poison causes bleed. What causes bleed is... Whoop. Now we go for this. And the Herald of Blood gets then a Bursting Plague. Poison again. So you have Bursting Plague. So poison from supported skill also adds 200 damage per second to enemy plague as to maximum. With poison and plague, the Herald of Blood can now poison enemies. And that poison will cause blood loss. Can bleed. And then that bleed that the poison is causing will trigger the Herald again. Does that make sense to you? It's a way to propagate the bleeding and keep exploding.
To think this way all along, buried neath the sand.
It's kind of the same when you use armor explosion, so you can use Herald of Ash. No, not Herald of Ash. You can use... Which one was it? No, actually, you can do the same with Herald of Blood and armor explosion. So if Herald of Blood, for example, would break armor and then consume that armor for armor explosion, then that armor explosion from the consumed armor could also cause bleed and propagate a low blood loss. You can add a Herald of Plague to add this to add to the spread. Interesting. We'll write it on the list. We won't do it right now. I mean, like the plague adding is pretty much a simple way of doing it. It's not that we need any more area denial because you have like all the area denial with this. How much spirit does it take? What we just did, the poison and the plague stuff, no spirit at all. Those are just normal support gems that you can use. So like here, they get blood explosion, and then they get poisoned, and then like blood explosion, see, and then they poison, and then they blood explosion. And since they also have blood boils, they actually get corrupted blood on top. So you have like three stacks of destruction happening. So you have bleed happening, you have that poison happening that's also chunking slightly down, and then and then you're adding the corrupted blood from the blood boils to chunk even further. Ta-da! Chunky mech super chunk. It all adds kind of nicely together. You can also use a unique helmet that poisons on crit. Yeah, but that's never a solution because I don't have a unique helmet that poisons on crit. So yes, there is a lot of uniques you can use. For example, I was thinking about doing a build with a Tactician where you use the Tactician Ascendancy to pin with all your damage. You could also use the Bushwhack boots for that. Because the Bushwhack boots have all your damage be pin damage, all your physical damage be pin damage. So yeah, but like need to have the boots first to use the boots for that, right? And if you don't have the boots, you can't use the boots for that. The first have, then use. But what if no have, then no use? And then sadness. Right? We've made an unarmed build and it's mapping pretty fine. I want to see concoctions be good again. Sadly, they're not. For some reason, GGG decided that concoction needed such a hard nerf that they're unplayable. I don't understand that one at all. It's like one of these things where you're just like, but why? What did concoctions ever do to you? Bleed concoction is pretty good. You still run out of concoction charges too fast. It used to be an actual viable way to play, but that viable way sadly died out. Okay, we have arrived for magnitude of bleed. Bleeding you inflict is 10% faster. Do I even want that? What if my bleed is big enough? I don't need it to be 10% faster. Hehe. Okay, 7 hours, 30 minutes. We're halfway through the act, I guess. We don't have to ascend. We need better rings. My rings are kind of like a sadness. Should probably regal my rings instead of like regaling random spears. Fun story though, still chat. It doesn't matter if my spear gets stronger or not. That is not mattering for my damage that much. So a lot of the damage is still coming from the stomping grounds. Obviously the spear is adding nicely to it. So let's not pretend that having a good spear is useless. But even if I had a complete terrible spear right now, damage would be okay due to the stomping grounds. Will you play last Epoch? Maybe. Gotta talk to the wife how our plans are for tonight. Because for me, it's the evening. And gotta arrange that it works with a family. I wanted to play some last Epoch because I liked the minion mechanic in last Epoch. And after they ruined minions, well, they didn't ruin minions in Path of Exile, but they made him weaker, lastly. I really like to play my explodey zombies. Explodey zombies really fun. And who does not like explodey zombies, Chad? I would love a playstyle like an Affliction lock from World of Warcraft. You can play a Shadow Affliction Warlock, surely. What's the pink icon near the companion? That's my blood boils. Yeah, look with the incision, we're with the impale, we're doing like way more bleed damage. It's actually huge. I mean, it's still like the easiest here. You actually notice this when I like do the impale and then I back out again, how much more armor that kind of destroys. Good. Do you feel the Ritualist is better than the Amazon? The Ritualist has one advantage over the Amazon. You're not stressing yourself getting accuracy rating. You get the Amazon, you're like, oh god, I gotta get accuracy rating. I gotta get more accuracy rating. Oh, have you heard about accuracy rating? Accuracy rating. Have I said accuracy rating yet? If I even say it correct again. But you know what I mean. Like, you're constantly just chasing that. You're a bit chill with the Ritualist. It's like, oh yeah, third ring, let's go. Third ring, woo! Have you heard about my third ring, Chad?
I swear it.
I need to fix the greater essence mobs because you died to something raining from the sky on you. I know you don't want to hear this, but get good. Get good. I know this is not what you want to hear. Get good. Stop looting before everything is really dead. Gosh darn it. Also get good.
Warm nights. Hello.
I have the same problem though, so don't worry. You're not the only one. You're not stupid. I mean, you might be stupid, but different case scenario. I do die too to wanting to take the loot straight away. It's like, oh no, there's loot. Let me take it before I die. Oh, I died taking it. I hate life. Good. Which spear do you think should I drop some Exalted on? I mean, this is a level 48 spear. It could be better. I don't feel like I'm lacking damage, so I'm not sure if I want to use any of my Exalted here. And if I fail, I'm going to be very sad because I don't have the currency right now. Should probably try to just push as far as I can with that spear before I in any way feel the need to push some more Exalteds into it. We do have another level 3 gem, which in this case could be... the incision, finally. Lance of Ivory. Ivory. If the mob is dead, how can he cast from the sky? It's from the essence, not from the mob. So the effect that actually kills you on the essence is the essence effect. So when you do the essence, right, this is an essence of mind. It might have this lightning electricity around it. It might have this physical damage aura emanation or whatever. So that's what you're dying to. You're actually never dying to... Like this one is now essence of mind. What does the... this has the runes, yeah. So I would die to one of these runes if I then step on it or not. Just lazy mechanics. Hey, I'm not saying that on-death effects are great. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to defend on-death effects. I'm just telling you what you're dying to. I'm fully in agreement with you that on-death effects are stupid. And they're always lazy design. In any game that has on-death effects. They're absolute joy killer. You're excited to finally kill something. You're excited to pick up a piece of loot. Only to get punished for your fun. Right? Gameplay loop is kill something, be excited to pick up loot, celebrate. But the problem is, now you kill something, then you have to look out to not get killed by an on-death effect, to then first feel excitement about actually finding loot and killing things. It's like delayed gratification that makes me sad. Your duo just broke up with you to go back to his ex last Epoch. Hey, your duo is just a smart ARPG gamer that knows that all ARPGs are cyclical. Cyclical? Yeah, is that the pronunciation? And you just have to play them when the good patches are there. I heard that last Epoch is also getting another path over their graphics. Because one thing that's obviously holding last Epoch back is the graphics looking like a mobile phone game. Sorry, last Epoch. I like you, but graphics are sadly not it. Interesting how far they like can keep going with those graphics. You only have a PS5, you're stuck. I'm sorry, sir. Then you're stuck between Path of Exile and Diablo 4. Rip and pepperonis. Which game do you prefer currently, Diablo or Period 2 areas? I prefer the one that has the most up-to-date patch. Right now, Diablo has nothing to offer. Not a single thing. I've done everything I can do in the current season, so there's not a single reason to boot the game up. Because I have achieved everything that is achievable in that season. So it sounds always so harsh, but it's just what it is. Now we're waiting for the next season. Does POE not work well on PS5? No. Why we said RIP is because the last Epoch is not available on console. So his friend swapped over to last Epoch tonight, and he cannot follow up his friend. Are you playing solo? Yes, sir. This is the God Project. This is solo self-found. A character, 0 gold, 0 inventory, nothing. We started from nowhere. We are now 7 hours and 30 minutes old. We are sitting at the mid to 3/4 point of Act 2. I think in like another 2 hours or so, we should probably be done and in the end game already. So far, things are going good. We try to give you the easiest method to level up possible by playing Rake Stomping Ground combo with some smart pathing in your skill tree. And gotta tell you, it's working. And it's not only working, it's working pretty damn fine, sir. We're pretty much holding down the rake button in these fights. And that's it. Oh, he went over there. Oops. Okay, let's have him bleed out. Oh, we can actually. Boop, 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 boop. Good.
Now someone can bring you back and see how you bloody like it.
Whew.
Do not wander.
Break down that buckler.
Need some, no need to.
We're still keeping all these energy shield and evasion gear because, wow, 1 life regeneration per second. Really? Really? 9 to 11 stun build, like 9 to 11 fizz is not enough. Not enough. Bunch of set gloves. Still. Slight strength equipment. So we might be swapping over to evasion energy shield in the long run. Almost 52. 7 hours? Yes, the character is right now 7 hours 42 minutes. Bit slow, but since it's solo self-found, I think it's fine.
This valley were carved.
And it's slow for a character that has some inventory space already. For solo self-found, it's good. I don't get it. The item level is irrelevant if you get like low-level stats on a high-level item. No. High-level items have higher base stats. So you have a level 75 spear. The level 75 spear will have more physical damage base. And the same kind of goes for armor and so on. But yes, technically, don't pull an Elon Musk, chat. Your weapon can be a level 52 weapon, and it can be better than any 70 plus weapon you've been finding. My actual Merc being the prime example, my Merc had until level 75 a level 38 crossbow. And there was not a single better crossbow. It was literally the perfect crossbow. There was nothing. And I would like, it wasn't even hurting my damage. I would, you know, tons of damage, huge damage. So sometimes it do be that way. Hello, Delwyn. I am not planning to follow your stupid wisp. Greater Desert Rune. Thank you very much. They changed it. With level 52 onwards, you're not getting any lower runes anymore. So at this point, I will only find greater runes. Yabba dabba doo. Still a big fan of that change. Okay, by the way, there should be a rune here. Can you actually double check? I would have assumed that it actually does have the one checkpoint there. Surprise. Tangle Tongue is biz until huge spear find if you then have Tangle Tongue. I have Tangle Tongue, but I don't use it. Campaign is painful and endgame is dead. I don't think campaign is painful. Campaign is only painful if you suck. Yeah, sorry. Because you might still lack some crucial knowledge pieces to have a smoother gameplay. Don't know how to efficiently progress through your passive tree. It's mostly like people struggle with a passive tree. Once you figure out how to get like the good nodes. Campaign is quite easy mode. Jamonra is certainly a big stat check. If you don't find a good weapon until Jamonra, it sucks. I won't make excuses for that. Yes, I am absolutely with you. Jamonra is a huge check on equipment and passives and everything. He's literally a skill check, a progression check. And it can be that you did not find a good weapon, and therefore Jamonra feels like an absolute unovercomable obstacle. Can be painful at times. Complete magnitude. Thank you very much. Good. That was 1, 2. Where's 3? Is that 3 already, or is this 2? It was 2, not 3. But where would 3 be? 3 needs to be in the middle then. Not there. There. The first phase of Jamonra is hard for casters. Yes, if he summons his little cronies that are crawling over the ground, and you do not have an area denial ability that does enough damage quick, they might crawl up your butthole and kill you. I agree. It is not here. I stand corrected and I am confused. There's actually no clue where you should be. I hate these guys. I really don't wish to die to one of them. Okay, if that wasn't there, and like then it needs to be there, but really? I mean, it can't be down here. That would be... Shouldn't be down there? I mean, the third ring is OP only if you have good rings. I have 3 rings. It's not OP because I have 3 shitty rings. I mean, all my rings are blue. Not a single one of my rings is yellow, right? I have 3 like subpar rings that do they do something. But they're not like, wow, look at my rings. Woo, ha 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 ha. So cool. Like, sure, my rings are ringing. South wall, middle area. Yeah, I'm here. I did not expect the seal to be this close, right? I expected them to be a bit further off. My own mistake for assuming. Never assume, chat. Always make sure. If you invest in your Atlas, Rogue Exiles drop good rings. This is an absolute valid point. Rogue Exiles are cool, and they drop rings like there's no tomorrow. We will certainly invest into these points, as again, the God Project ends as we have beaten the Arbiter. Okay? So this character right now is planned or slated to be played until Arbiter is down. So solo self-found from 1 to 90 probably, until we get Arbiter. Should be possible. Oh, I forgot that we have a level up. Out of blood. Disengage. We keep that up in levels. Anyone know when Spectres get the abilities like Companions do? Aren't Spectres too weak right now? I mean, my last info was Spectres not worth it. Sure, there are some good ones, but overall assumption is Spectres do not vibe very good. What was my last update? Maybe something changed. Oh, wow. She just ate me. Ow. We should probably go down because that's the dead end. Let's pass. If you're wondering, we're still using Stomping Ground, so that hasn't changed. We could actually keep using it. It's a bit of a surprise to me, because I really thought it would fall off earlier. Okay, see how that boss is doing.
I've seen it all now. Need more time.
Oh, it's still holding up.
Hold on.
Probably the one advantage of being like the spear thrower that I can just... Well, the way my spear throws are slowly getting to the point where they could also be the main damage. You just saw how much damage they actually did. Especially because they don't cost any...
Need more time.
any mana to use.
Free to try.
Oh, we have him almost stunned. My beast is locked out, chat. I repeat, my beast was locked out of the area. That was a really simple boss fight. A really simple one. Spectres need some buffs, but rather the way that everyone is crying when they nerf Spectres because they were too broken. I mean, I guess it's better that Spectres, oh wow, fallen formation, are underpowered than overpowered. What do? You give strength, dex, banners always have maximum valor. I have minus, you know what? This one, this one is just simply better than my current one, and it gives me more strength, so I can actually use the strength for more stomping ground. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, chat. Had a moment there. Actually better. Who would have guessed? Fantastic. Oh, that's 14 strength and 118 max life. Holy. Yeah, I need to, like, I don't care that you don't actually have like movement speed, but that is such a boost in survivability, right? I mean, I have 1,300 life. What's the last time I've had 1,300 life? Exactly. Exactly, Chan. Never.
Prove I'm worthy of it.
I don't want to use heft on the spear throw to give it like super damage. But if I get more chances to bleed, then I don't have to play lacerate anymore. How many times have you gone through the campaign of POE 2? Well, since you have to go twice through, I have 16 characters, and I have done some of the races. I guess I've done the campaign like up to 20 times at this point, and it feels great, and I'm looking forward to do it more often. I'm not planning to stop. I don't have issues. I don't have altitis. I can stop at any point. I don't like I can just stop. I don't have to. I can stop right now. I don't want to stop though. But I could. Swear. Who cares about movement speed when you can out? Yeah, like, I mean, like, look at the boots. Look at the boots, Chan. I mean, seriously, 118 max life. You know, in the end game, that's what I thirst for. All the max life in the world. A sea glass spear. Raise your hand. I know there's not much loot dropping in the end game, okay, chat? So we're more excited for vendors, but bear with me. Raise your hand if you actually like the old naming convention more. Because right now, I don't know if a sea glass spear is in any way better, higher level, more opportune than my barbed spear. Or if I'm rather looking for an orichalcum spear, and obviously there's a pronged spear too, and then there's yeah. Sea glass has the most, sure. I know there's different but I need an what was it? There was a branched spear. The branched spear was the level 52 one. That's the one with the split top. And then the next one, the 65 one, is a pronged spear. And then I think there's level 75, which is going to probably call it a split spear. Yeah. So now I need to know that the branched is always 52, the pronged is always 65, and the split is always level 75. I really like the old naming convention in that regard. I mean, the new naming convention is more RPG, I guess, right? It's more fitting, but it certainly doesn't add to people having an easy time understanding the endgame loot with the quantity of endgame loot that's actually dropping. Just pummel them.
Need more time. That was almost a challenge.
Whee! That elegant, that one is a double. So we're probably going to use this to, we could farm. I mean, we got to do this anyways to prepare for the third ascension. It's like the problem with the soul self-found character, right? You got to do the second one to make your actual thingy a bit bigger. It's a little thing with the naming convention, but it's something that has bothered me since they changed it. Because it literally made it harder for me to understand. I mean, maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe this is a me issue.
Don't make me kill you.
Don't make me kill you? Huh. Likewise. Brother bear. I will say, though, that the old one with expert and advanced was also a bit too simplistic. I don't know, like, would showing a level before the item be good or bad, chat? Like, again, I just know what bothers me. I don't know a solution, right? Would it be better to show a level before an item as it's on the ground? I don't know if that would be good. Wow, that's a lot of damage. That like, wow, 17% and the physical damage plus. I like that. $27 dex as well. But it needs 65 in to wield. That's kind of nice. I'm going to have to decide which one I'm going to boost up in the long run. Okay, we got 100 maximum life ring. Nice. That's a good one.
Who goes to browse? I'll unburden you. Take care.
Well, that bonus attack speed is nice. Just need to get like enough resources to splurge. I would like Steps, basic, and perfect weapon names, but I guess no long term. If they don't change it often, we'll know over time. Yeah, like, obviously you'll learn it over time. The problem is you forget it every single time you play a new character. So I just played my mercenary, and my mercenary had a siege crossbow, a cannonade crossbow, a construct crossbow, a desolate crossbow. So the cannonade was the level 33 one, the siege crossbow was level 52 one, and then there was a ballista crossbow, which I think was the next upgrade further. Yeah. Good. Where's the lady with the letter? She has been always close to the end point in my latest runs every single time. Not this time though, which makes me sad. Because I thought I finally found like rhyme or reason to this, right? Where the lady is on the ground. There she is. Well, that's close-ish, I guess. Striking spear, right? Is a striking spear now better? No, a striking spear is the... Yeah, I didn't know that a striking spear was the energy one. Why no scepter and offhand are actually parrying? No, sir, but my shield is giving me strength and resistances plus block chance, so it's therefore making me more tanky. And with the strength, I'm actually doing bonus stomping ground damage. So why that shield? Because it's literally better for what we're doing here. How's your journey going, Jeff? We're heading for 8 hours right now. I think it's 8 hours. So far, so good. We have not hit a single part of the game where we didn't feel strong.
Thinner up here. Makes me heart ache for home.
I meant to ask if I should review my college coursework or commit the Path of Exile naming convention to your memory. You pretty much need a cheat sheet. Like, just print out all the names and that's good. I guess if a loot filter would show me the level of an item next to the name, I would be happy. I think it would look ugly though. So let's say I drop this writing code and it shows now a 51 in front of it. Then I at least know that it's that item. Does that make sense? I don't think that would be a good solution. It's just something that could happen. The problem is, it would create this false security that you believe only picking up the highest level items is good, but let's not forget how powerful low level items are. Right? I mean, like, again, my best crossbow has been a level 38 crossbow until I was level 75. Yeah, jacket 75 in brackets or something like this. Exactly. Then you just know it's like a higher tier jacket of levels. Something like that. Act 3 or cruel? This is cruel right now. Oh, sorry. That question wasn't for me. That question was for chat. Sorry. I'm getting involved in conversations between people in the chat. My apologies. Keep talking. Shut up. I give up on this patch. It's a big L, and you should. Awesome, dude. This is the most or the best reaction you can have. If you do not like the patch, you should give up on it and wait until they hotfix it. Because they're clearly trying to hotfix it. They're clearly trying to patch it. We can tell them like however bad, you know, however much you dislike, right? At least they're doing something. They're just not letting it lie. Did some ascendancies in case chambers do we get to what? Think about getting Wukong. Wukong is fantastic. I can highly recommend it. Many hours of joy waiting for you. You love POE too? It's okay though. This is a early access. This is probably the most important thing that people keep forgetting. This wasn't an early access where you get to play early. This is an early development access. The game is in development, and in development these things happen where the developer fucks up. And then well, development is there to now develop further from this point to find ways to make up for the fuck ups. And hopefully come to a better game in the long run. And not to a worse game. That's like 20% movement speed, 15% movement speed. Okay, I'll buy this here 20% movement speed evasion rating boot. And just put it like away for now. We're going to boost that later on.
I hear you. My wares are renowned.
Okay, 2 more points. I'm not sure if I want to take the bleeding damage enemies. I kind of need to reach. Which node do I need to reach? Ah, I kind of need to reach this node. And this node here. Do I have some jewels that I can just put in? I don't have good jewels, right? My jewels stink. Nope, I don't have any more. Too poor for that. Now let's find the sisters. Okay, it's still Rake Stomping Ground, chat. Let's check how much damage our Explosive Spear would do. Explosive Spear is currently sitting at 3,500 damage. So if we would just use the Explosive Spear now, because that's what I did last time. I fully focused on the Explosive Spear because it had like an unreasonable... No, it would kill slower than Rakes. I feel like the idea of this league isn't bad, just super underwhelming. It's not a league. It's not a league. I mean, they're just calling it a league, but let's be real here. Let's look each other in the eye. This is not a league. This is just a patch with new content. They're only calling it league because there was an economy reset, right? To kind of like, you know, stick to the naming convention. But if this was the idea of a new league for real, that would be rather sad. Yeah, like, I mean, I think this is simply a big patch with new content for the early access, and we're just sticking with the league naming for the sake of sticking with it. Yeah, there won't be actual leaks until 1.0 is out. We'll probably, like, every new character will get some kind of league, probably. Because marketing. Like, the Dawn of the Hunt release, let's be fair, the marketing for it was great. We get Dawn of the Hunt, and we get the Huntress, and the Asmarian Wisp, and the video, and the reworks. But... technically, 90% of the things in Dawn of the Hunt were just stuff that had to come to the game anyways, right? The rework of the towers had to come anyways. The rework of the corruption in the Atlas for the that you can then cleanse and then you break it, and the Atlas points rework, that's all reworking, right? This was like a Diablo 4 season, exactly. So a Diablo 4 season where 90% of the content is reworking and 10% is actual content. And that's okay because, again, weird early access, this is what needs to happen, right? They're like, I mean, the 1.0 game will not have any end game that's even remotely close to what we have right now. Because that would be sad.
You are relentless, but that makes you predictable.
The new endgame is amazing. I think the new endgame from a progression standpoint is 1,000 times better. Like hunting these nexuses down, clearing these nexuses, getting the Atlas points and that kind of stuff. That just does feel vastly improved to do 10 tier 1 maps. Do 20 tier different maps, right? Certainly feels better. Alone from a field, that's a huge improvement. Wonder how difficult Jamana is going to be. Are we jumping back? Because we're impaling him. And impaling stores some damage inside that guy. Oh no! I was so done! I thought I had the range. And then you actually do more physical damage to do more bleed. Loot drop is shit. Yes, loot drop is shit. They're reworking that, at least the boss loot drops, to make the boss loot drops more exciting, which I do believe is absolutely something they need to do. No questions asked. Like, if I kill a boss, I want an upgrade. And might it be just an upgrade for my armor? But if I kill a boss and get nothing, I mean, how is that going to make me feel? Never good. right? It's just never a good feeling. You're like, oh great, I killed a boss, and what I got is a t-shirt. I got a t-shirt. That's what I got. It's that moment. I killed the hardest boss in the game, and the only thing I got is this t-shirt that says you killed the hardest boss in the game. Oh god, I was standing inside of him. That was unlucky. You don't want to be forced to wear Rare Find. You don't have to. I've been playing without Rare Find this season right now. I dropped 5 Divines already. Maybe I'm just lucky. Maybe I'm on a streamer server. Maybe I'm like, I don't know what I am. Better. Obviously. But yeah, it works without Magic Find. Obviously, the more you play endgame, the more Magic Find you want to have, because still it is to your advantage, never to your disadvantage. Okay, now let's actually pay a little bit of attention. Sorry, Chad. I'm more busy talking. Oh, he has Corrupted Blood. Spam, 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 spam. As long as he has Corrupted Blood, you spam. Why? Because you're... So what's happening is that the Corrupted Blood makes Blood Hunt do more damage, but Blood Hunt does not consume Corrupted Blood. So if he has Corrupted Blood on him, what you do is you spam. You're not going to quit POE 2 for last Epoch, are you? Sir, I'm not quitting anything for anything. I play different games. I am not a Path of Exile 2 main. I play a lot of Path of Exile 2, but I play every game. I don't limit myself. I'm a multinational, international, fat heavyweight gamer. And I heavyweight game everything that I feel is fun to do. That shield is better, technically, than what I have, because it gives more strength and more maximum life.
You are blessings.
Okay, chat, we're doing it. We're doing it. Please. No, not the lightning damage, but the physical too. Okay, this is better than what I have, but sadly it has lightning damage on it that I don't need. And I also do not have the intelligence yet to wield it. I will get the intelligence down the line though, because we're going to have to swap over to intelligence gear in the end game. So this one will then replace my current one, I guess. Seems reasonable. Maybe not the best situation to use it there. Are you not mad at POE 2? No, I'm not mad at games. I have no, like, I play games when they're fun, and when they're not fun, I don't play them. No, I don't have specific vibes towards games, right? If they have a good patch right now and they're fun to play, then I'll play them. And if they're not fun to play right now, then I won't.
Ready yourself. We must prevail, no matter what. Shaman Rod dies again this day.
That's the reason why I'm not playing Once Human right now. Once Human is a fantastic game. I love Once Human. Any one of you played Once Human, guys? Killer game. Actually, my favorite game of 2024. Still, not playing it though, because there's just nothing to play there. I mean, if I would play it, I would get sad, because obviously there's not enough content right now, and I would keep playing it and playing it and playing it and playing it. I would get frustrated, and then more frustrated and more frustrated, because there's just not enough to do. It's actually funny because there are some main creators. So you notice how some creators stick to certain games, right? Because they have grown with that game. So there are some main creators for Once Human, and you like, I've been following them and their like progress like with the game, right? And you just visually see how every future video is just them being more and more frustrated. Like, they keep making videos about every single update, but every single update is so minuscule and not mattering that you might as well not make a video about it. And you pretty much, every video is just one big long sigh. Like, you're like, sir, maybe, just maybe, you should try out something else for a while, you know? Like, Maybe. Take a break. Eat a Kit Kat. There are people that play only one game and then complain about how bad it is. Yes. But it's almost like that after you played 1,000 hours of a game, you have done most of the things in a game. I will say that, obviously, Path of Exile 1 might have had more than 1,000 hours of gameplay if you then really, really want to hardcore it out. But you probably have done most of the things possible. You're still finding joy, right? But there's definitely something said about overplaying games and not having enough variety in your life. Like shooter players saying that there are no good games on the market, checks notes, plays Call of Duty for the last 20 years. Right? Like, sir, you did this to yourself. This is your own fault. It's not the gaming industry who's being mean to you. I mean, I did this to myself too, because I only played online games. If a game was not online, chat, right? So my gaming journey began with Red Alert, Command and Conquer 2. Red Alert 2, great game. That's kind of like when we had a PC the first time back in the days. It was like 8 years old or something in that direction. Then we had Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 was what I spent a lot of time with. But after Warcraft 3, it was like Dota 1. Then League of like Heroes of New Earth. I think HON. It was HON, right? And then League of Legends. But since then, it was like only like Dota 1, World of Warcraft, League of Legends, and then never not online. You know, always just online gaming. If a game wasn't online gaming, if a game was single player, it wasn't worth it in my eyes. And that was like 20 years of my gaming, where I just played games that are multiplayer, competitive multiplayer. If a game was single player, fuck that. Oh shit, I shouldn't have died there. That was unnecessary. Because we're like at the end of the Dreadnought pretty much. I guess more levels for me. More COD videos? No more COD videos, sir. Never played an online game if you didn't play Ultima Online. Yeah, never played that one because I think it cost money. And I was a kid and I didn't have money, right? Alright, like, when World of Warcraft came out, you have to understand. When World of Warcraft came out, I was 12 or 13. And in Germany, back in the days, people don't have credit cards. Like the normal person in Germany did not have a credit card. Even nowadays, not everyone has a credit card. This is not America, okay, Chan? We don't have credit cards. Unless you need it for work or something like that. But most private people just don't, like, most of my friends don't have credit cards. Like, when we have to rent a hotel for a trip and we take people with us, it's like, who's renting the hotel? I'm renting the hotel. Good. So we didn't have credit cards. And the only reason my parents had a credit card is because my dad is in the Navy and we were in America for a year. That's why we have a credit card. And then I walked up to my parents and I'm like, hey, I need this subscription for a video game. Take it out of my pocket money. But I need your credit card, Mom. This is not a scam. Like, could you please get me that World of Warcraft subscription? Dude. That was a time when I was happy we had a credit card. Because back in the days for World of Warcraft, it was credit card or nothing. There wasn't like PayPal or something. Like you can PayPal sub thing. It was like credit card sub. Like you bought these CDs for World of Warcraft. It was 6 or 8. Who remembers, chat? How many CDs was it in the box? I think 8. You installed it. Like replace CD, put other CD in, put next CD in, put next CD in. Oh, and now put number 1 in again, and then 3, and then 4, and then 6, and then 5, and then 8. It never made sense. When connecting to the internet, you would hear the phone calling until you figured out that the modem has a switch that you could switch so you don't hear the anymore. And then you could secretly enter the internet without anyone noticing. Shh.
Take care.
Don't tell your parents. Never found that? Yeah, there was a switch at the back of some modems that you could just click. It wasn't even in the software, so you wouldn't like AOL software, right? You didn't go into the AOL software to do that. There was like a switch at the back of the thingy. Okay, that is 13 to 23 physical damage. That's quite good. 11 to 14. Why do I get all these like physical damage blasters here? So I'm gonna have to buy them and then just like stash them away, and maybe if I ever find like enough money to activate them, I can activate them. I played the final beta too. Blizzard sent me a disc by mail. I never thought about it, but yeah, beta tests back in the days, they had to send you discs, huh? I mean, it wasn't like nowadays you sign up for a beta test, right? And then you get invited and you install the game and you're good. But yeah, I never actually thought about it. Like as a kid, I thought, wow, being a beta tester must be so cool. But yeah, they actually need to have your address and then they need to send you a disc because otherwise, how are you going to get the game otherwise?
Need more time.
Interesting. Can Quadrilla elites have haste aura? Every monster can have every thingy. So yes, Quadrillas can have an haste aura. I recommend, again, farming in Act 3. At the abandoned camps. They're the best things to farm at. I hate temporal bubble. That's why we're gonna kill you. I mean, we would kill you anyways, even if you didn't have temporal bubble. Just saying. You're farming it for 3 hours? Well, I like, sir, if you're farming it, like you just escape and respawn at checkpoint until you get it. Take you 30 minutes max, unless you're extremely unlucky, and then you should give up and never look back because it's not worth it. Oh wow, these guys died all to the blood. That's cool. So how did these guys die so fast? It was actually not the rake. It wasn't the... What was it called again? It wasn't the Stomping Ground. That was actually the rake, Stomping Ground, and then together with the corrupted blood from the Blood Boils. Because the... Wow, I just zoomed past them. Because the Blood Boils, they just propagate and then they jump over to the next char and the next char and the next char, and they're all in your presence. So it kind of like... You know, it happens and then it spreads and then it spreads more and then suddenly everyone dies. Very useful. Dude. Started Diablo Command and Conquer and Counter-Strike. Command and Conquers were just great back in the days. I don't know why this is such a vivid memory for me being a child, but there's one mission in Command & Conquer Red Alert 2 where the enemy has the red enemy, you're blue. You only have the tanks that have one little cannon, like from Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, and the enemy has flamethrower towers and the big tanks already. And you had to wipe out their base. And as a child, I could never figure out how to efficiently do it because I was just dying to their towers. So the only solution I found as a child, and I don't know why I remember this, is to make so many tanks. Like, you know how you used to play single player games when you're bad? Instead of being smart, you just made so many tanks. Like you sat there for 30 minutes making tanks, right? Just to blast them past their resistance, right? Like, fuck you. Like I just outnumber you 10 to 1.
All right.
That's how you solve that issue. And you felt good about it, like, right? If I take this long for a mission nowadays, I'm gonna be scolding myself for being like a fucking loser and taking so long to actually solve a level. Like, I should have solved it like tons of time ago. Done it efficiently. Sort of mucking around. Yeah, good old gaming times. Different.
Tell your tale.
Good. Let's see how Jamonra is going. I feel like we should get a better spear because our spear's kind of like falling off.
Do you even know
But hey, we're doing 600 damage. Our bleed is 321 per second. We have the disengage into more bleed. Wonder if I could have the disengage do more damage. It has impale on it. We could do the ingenuity so we can jump back forward and backward. I could do chalking leap, but I don't actually do that. Ingenuity, in case I need to jump more often. Hopefully the service will be stable enough. I have a trick for you if you don't care about trading in Last Epoch, just play offline. I, for example, don't care about trading in Last Epoch, and I just play offline. So when the servers are not working correctly, you can just find me enjoying my whole gameplay offline.
need more time?
I really feel like I want Jamonra to summon his cronies and then just do corrupted blood on him. Right? If I could have like that corrupted blood spread over to Jamonra, that'd be killer. Yeah, there goes chat. He's getting corrupted blood. It's working. It's working. What are we doing? Well, we're spamming him. Obviously, you fool.
Need a moment. We're running out of time.
I need a moment to prepare.
Will say could definitely do more damage, chat. And could also not lose that much HP. That would help. We should be fine.
I don't have time for this. Sand, bend to my will. Impede my enemy.
Wait.
To you. Another test will pay.
Having the spear throw to like do good is definitely helpful.
The era of the Faradun is
Because otherwise you're gonna like get stuck in that. Hello, Jamonra. What are you doing? You're good there. Don't mind me, chat. I'm just bullying Jamonra. Huh.
blot out the sun. Will grind you into dust.
I gotta try hard a bit because we wasted too many. Like we wasted a little bit too many resources in the first level, so I am forced to try hard now. Oh no! Well, that's a bit unlucky. Oh no! Okay, I'm working with what I have here, chat, okay? It's a bit difficult, okay? Like, I got this, but it's like a very, very clutch-like area.
This is not over. Not yet.
Definitely vastly easier if we had a better weapon. I mean, we struggled a bit here in terms of, like, the damage output because we were lacking the weapon, right?
It is done.
Guess that's fine. Happens. It might be time to swap to Shocking Lance. No, I don't think so, Chris. It's working. Like, again, Shocking Lance wouldn't do much damage here at this point. Because that's the whole thing. It wouldn't do more damage. Wow, I should probably just think about, like, replacing my damn 9 thingy belt just because we have 2. Yeah.
Best thing. I hear you. Browser. I shall put this to use.
That's still 5 strength. That is 10 strength. So much weaker. It would help to get a new spear, but the new spear would just make things complicated. Okay, which one are we going to zoom up, Chan? Probably the cruising spear, I guess. We also have this one. I mean, potentially this one could turn out to have the most damage, right? Because it has lightning and physical. I don't need the lightning at all, but it has, like, good... okay. It turned out so sad. Would it actually, though, have more damage if I put the 20% on and the 15% increased physical damage? Would it turn out to be better? Probably not, right? How much less damage would you show right now? And would it make disengage do more damage because of that? It would make the spear throw also do more damage. I am gathering spears. End of the day, you get to, like, gather spears of the same level and rarity, so we can do things with that in the long run.
No need to rush.
Which dot damage is the most superior? Depends. My chaos damage is great, and you can grow chaos damage really easily. Bleed is reliant on physical damage, so if you don't do high physical damage hits, you're kind of screwed, right?
You're right. I am a god.
I am a god.
I am the thief of virtue. I am sin. And I have failed once again. It was I who created the beast.
Would deep cuts
Seed of corruption
reduce the damage of the shockwave?
And it is my responsibility. As it is my creation that once again threatens all I can. Why?
I don't believe it. An ancient Asmeri.
Out of interest. Because like this, you get like a huge amount of bleed bonus, right? It says 25% less damage with hits, but the actual stomping ground is not a hit, so it shouldn't reduce the damage of the skill, technically. Is there a viable endgame bleed build for hunters? I mean, our hunters with spear field, and spear throw, yes, spear field, spear throw combo, is sitting at tier 16, 17 maps and Arbiter, so it's possible.
can no longer contain it.
Okay, what are we at? We're at 8 hours, 37 minutes. Yeah, should be possible to end this in 2. Stomping Ground getting vastly weaker. The bleed, though, being very strong. I wonder if now the moment has come to throw Stomping Ground out. And just move away from maximum strength gameplay. Because right now the bleed is actually really good. And we could move everything over to intelligence for intelligence energy shield. See, now the bleed is quite nice. Oh, he got 10 corruption stacks. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, God. Oh, God, guys. Oh, God, look at his corruption stacks. Yes. Yes. Corrupted blood. More. 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 This is the perfect boss to actually see how good Blood Boils is. Like, look at his blood loss, chat. Look at it go. Look at it go. Very good. That was now the what was it called again? The corrupted blood. Okay. Corrupted blood, much wow. Many oomph. Okay, another elite. I guess. Good. Stomping Ground should be a hit, though. I don't know if Stomping Ground counts as a hit because it's like a shockwave related damage. Another one? How many of you are there? I mean, like, seriously. You just keep coming, Shan. You get some more where they're coming from? Is there a nest somewhere? Okay, bleeding afflicted with hit. Still have that one random point that makes no sense. I need to get rid of. Never kind of reskilled down. But passive is that. The passive is from my Ascendancy. It is my Blood Boils that you're getting. And the Blood Boils are enemies in your presence. They're getting Blood Boils. And if you then kill them, these Blood Boils are spreading to other targets. And it's kind of like a spreading contagion. Because they then do damage based on the percentage of life you have. So it's life percentage based damage, which is great versus bosses. Now, if there was only a way how I could summon adds to inflict with Blood Boils and then make these Blood Boils pop in boss fights, that would be fantastic, right? There is actually a way to do it. And I don't know if it's a bug, but there would be a way to abuse Blood Boils in boss fights. And the way it would work is you would use... Oh, that was you being annoying. You would use the beast that summons the blood flies. Because the blood flies he's summoning are actually enemies for some reason. You know, the dudes that we just killed that poop out all these blood flies? Well, so if he summons the blood flies count as enemies. So you could technically use that beast to then activate it in a boss fight. And then, oh wow, he just got all the corrupted blood. And then technically kill your own thingies to then propagate the blood loss. That's technically possible. But it doesn't really sound smart. Yeah. Massey, thank you for the 89 months of support. Massey appreciation. Thank you for spending your Prime sub here. Chat, if you did bring a Prime sub, don't forget to use it. So yeah, like that dude here, the Blood Thief Queen, right? That's summoning all these wasps. Technically, there is something there, but practically, it's a bug. Because obviously, the dudes he summons, they should be your friends, because obviously he's your pet, so he's summoning friends. Maybe it's time to use a bug to kill bosses. Like, you could literally activate your summon beast on top of the boss, get the flies, get them blood boiled, and then 10 corrupted blood.
Pragmatism
But it seems also more hassle than worth.
that was something.
I kind of want to use this crossblade spear and just put an orb of alchemy on it and just hope that it turns out good. Problem is, I have one orb of alchemy. One. Not two. Not three. Not four. One. It's not a question, but what if it turns out to be good? 144 max life. Yeah. 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 Not bad.
About time that one sold.
Not terrible. Not terrible. I really like the vendor to just have like a divine level tier thingy for me. Mighty kind.
Surprised you want that. Watch your step.
Okay, are you ready, chat? Let's hate ourselves. That's so bad. It's a lot of cold damage, you know? So bad. Very, very not happy with that outcome. I mean, at least we have 2 spears right now that we can use for something. Wonder if we should just physical boost that one. Lesser iron rune. So I don't have a bigger iron rune yet. It's like, it's 120 damage, but it has like that huge amount of lightning damage on top. Obviously, it would just lead to, but it actually does lead to slightly higher rake damage. But less bleed. So the rake is higher because it gets the lightning damage, but the bleed would be less, so it would be worthless. We need a tame beast. So that was right now a waste of resources, and I feel terrible about it. Tame beast gem instead of wind dancer. I never thought I would get in this situation for unset rings. My mercenary might need unset rings.
This here jungle thrums with life.
It's very good. Secret tip for this level, chat. Find the goddamn grave for that belt. It's the easiest way how to get like a good belt. So you wonder if we should keep playing. Let's do something. Let's just cut Stomping Ground for a second, okay? And replace Stomping Ground. I mean, first and foremost, increased armor is going to come in here. Stop Stomping Ground for a second, and let's replace Stomping Ground through Heft. Obviously, more physical damage, more bleed. So, are we finally in this situation where I could just say no to Stomping Ground? Or is it still too useful? A heavy belt with the chance shards. Piercing spear. The stomping ground is still worth it because you would obviously be still like spamming Ray. Right? Let's check in a boss fight. I need a boss fight to see this. Energy shield prevents regeneration above 50. Okay, that's now without stomping ground.
Need more time.
Wait, with stomping ground it would be faster. You suck at using Perfect Strike, no damage. Well, it is just the best tool the warrior has. And there's a reason why Perfect Strike exists, because it is that good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Find these in any old market.
25 strength. And a lot of resistances. It has less armored evasion rating than what we have there, but it would probably be the better item. Correct me if I'm wrong. Probably smart to buy.
Take care.
Rest and armored evasion rating. I know, but I just like my one unique item because it's mine. I found it. Lightning damage, maximum mana. Give me a second. That's the family. Be right back. Okay, we need to find the gorilla now.
Soften the wound.
That will be our first actual damage test, guys. To see how much damage we do against the gorilla. These monkeys here are obviously easy to kill. Let's ignore the venom crypt for a second. Try to find Gorilla Daddy. Should be here.
Hold on.
When you definitely feel like the lack of... Oh, yes, haste aura. Wait, where is he? Where is he? Where's the lead? There we go.
Need a moment.
Ta-da! Okay. So, get out. Prime it. Here we go! Haste aura! Meow!
Wait.
Easy. Where is monkey? Where is monkey? There is monkey. This is bad! This doesn't count because it's corrupted blood? Okay. Do that. The problem right now is that we can apply... Oh, shut. Oops. We can apply the rake. It's obviously not worth it to spam the... Okay, now let's go for... Wait. Let's put the stomping ground back in. Just need to know, right?
Need more time.
The hit is a one shot no matter what. Now you can jump, you can roll through it. Oops. See, like the damage is just higher when we actually like just spam the rake. Actually more damage than using the thrown spear. Slightly more damage still with a stomping ground. And I mean, it's like just a simpler gameplay loop than anything else because you just stand on the monster, spam rake, and win. Right?
Sorry, big fella. That were a fight for the ages. Sorry, big fella. That were
Okay, 2 more skill points. That would lead to bleed magnitude, and you have a 10% chance to aggravate bleeding. 10% chance is actually a lot because once bleeding is aggravated, it just stays aggravated, right?
She's sharp, that one. Could come in easy.
Currency. Oh, why did I turn that one? 21% increase attack speed was kind of nice. It's 14. Maximum life. Wow. That's a lot of maximum life for a cult resistant in the ring. You know? I mean, that means we have no more lightning resistance, but at least we have cold resistance. Jungle runes. Where are the new stash tabs that GG announced in the patch notes? Did they announce new stash tabs? I thought they just announced different affinities, or what did I miss? Also, the slam of the Silver Fist is pretty much meant to be rolled. Right? That falls under one of these attacks that you have to be skilled enough to avoid. And if you suck, you suck. I know this is not what you would like to hear. That's what it is. I want to face tank the slam. I want to live. Don't we all, sir? Don't we all? You play Tarkov? No. Not my cup of tea. I think the best way to say it is Tarkov was always a little bit too try-hard for me. Right? You don't like lean back and play Tarkov, correct? You don't chill and play Tarkov. The only way how you play Escape from Tarkov is try hard. Like some games are like that, right? If you're not trying hard, you're not gonna have fun. Also a little bit like Battle Royale games. If you're not trying, you might as well not play. Right? Where's the head? Well, I had a haircut, so I needed to show you my haircut. So you compliment me on my haircut, and then I'm going to say, wow, the haircut was so expensive in this economy. I think only a few Prime sub will make up for this. And then I'm going to wink at you, and then you're going to use your Twitch Prime to subscribe to the channel. You know? It's called business. Empowering volatile plans. What are empowering volatile plans? That's the first time I see that. Are those better volatile plans? Oh wow, they're definitely better. They're hurt. Just more damage. Well, maybe I should get the okay. Okay, well, like, why do you have 6 spears? And I swear to God, not a single one is going to be useful. This one is horrible. I mean, like, it's technically great if you would play the fire spear thingy. Yeah. So you get 6 spears, chat, which is crazy. Like, amazing, sir. Not a single one of them is good. Like, what do we do now? When does this vendor reset? That's a good question. Another gaming rookie. Thank you for your support. Howdy. Are we doing well? Does anyone know? Because technically he is the best vendor in the end game for Act 3. I think it's like 15 minutes or something, right? 15 minutes until an instant breaks down, because you gotta wait until the instance resets. Then you should be able to actually find him. Thank you, Gaming Rookie, for supporting my haircut. Appreciate it. You can open new instances with a control click. Wait, you can? You can reset instances? I never knew. Well, hold on. We can try that out. Like, I mean, let me find the lady and let's kill the lady quickly, and then we can. Then you teach me, okay, Chad? I want you to show me the ways how to reset an instance. I wasn't aware you could. I learned something new. No, I genuinely, I did not know. I just learned something new and I like it. Thank you very much. Dude, these are the things the game doesn't tell you.
Wants to kill me.
Again. Enderil. Thank you for the 3rd month of subscriptions, Enderil. Welcome back, buddy. Let me learn this in a hot minute. Because then you could like spam reset that vendor. And I think that's really worth it in the end game.
These Azak give tribal
Right?
life a bad name. Hold on.
It's an import from POE 1. Well, I like, you know, what with the people that never played POE 1? Come on now. Like, I often feel the Path of Exile devs, they forget that not everyone actually played POE 1. Like, you gotta explain things to a brother, sir. Jonathan. Jonathan, not everyone, like, eats shits and poops this game. There are people that play other games, too. Right? Often forgotten. You have to find him, yeah, but it should be always close to the exit there. So if you actually teleport to the Chimeral Wastelands, okay, and from the Chimeral Wastelands you head back into this area, due to the way they made this area, he's always in between the Azak Bog and the Chimeral Wastelands thingy. So technically you should always find him ASAP. Technically. If it holds up the way I think it should hold up. What's the name of the song that plays when you get a sub? A BYOB, System of a Down. Very good music. Let's take the aggravate bleeding node. Okay, Stomping Ground's still worth it, chat. We thought that Stomping Ground might fall off favor. Okay, slowly you're getting to the point where Stomping Ground just simply ain't worth it anymore. But that is not the case. I know they made this area better, but I still can't find the boss. I get scammed, Chan. Where's the boss? I like the lightning build more on the hunters. The lightning build is great. It's the most OP thing to do. It just bores me. That's why we tend to do the bleed builds. I just find bleed interesting. I do believe the best build might turn out to be just use lightning for clears and then just use bleed for boss. You can actually do that with a blood mage very easy. I mean, right now for the campaign, again, we haven't faced like a single issue. I mean, the only issue is like keep finding good spears, right? We've been just not blessed with that now. Oh, gold. Gold. Wait, do I have just 2 wisps now here? 2 wisps, Chan? Okay, we didn't find her. That's new. Oh, well, that's bad. But they're all gonna die, so... Why do they keep all dying? Well, it's because so what's happening right now is that the Herald of Blood poisons things, and the poison that the Herald of Blood does to things does make them bleed again, and then the Herald of Blood just explodes again, and then you also have your corrupted blood triggering. So like if I have an army of these like dudes against me, yeah, everything will just die because I exist. Actually convenient, not gonna lie. Surprisingly efficient. Loot buff patch thoughts? I mean, if they do it in a meaningful way, the loot buff patch will be good. We don't have to argue that the loot is objectively bad and you're getting 90% of your upgrades from the shop. Again, right now, since level 33, that's when we get this spear. We have not gotten anything dropped, and we have picked up every single drop on the ground. Not only have we picked up every single drop on the ground, we've also used our resources to turn every white item into a magic item. We obviously do not have the resources to turn them further. So we have tried everything heavenly possible, and nothing has even remotely dropped that could live up to this and help us in any way. So make out of that what you want. SSF is so doomed at the moment. No, I fully disagree. All my characters are SSF sitting at 85. This is just going so easy. Bleed her! Okay, what's happening? Chad. What's happening? Some things buggeroony there. Why are we not exploding the blood loss? I'm waiting for a little bit more. Good. That's the reason why we made this build, by the way, due to the topic of solo self-out, my friend. Because this build pretty much just doesn't use your actual weapon for damage, right? The main damage that we're dealing, or a lot of the damage we're dealing, comes with a bleed. Bleed you can easily scale. And the Stomping Ground. Why the God Project so early in the league? Well, because the league is already over. When you might ask why so early in the league, but isn't the league objectively over, sir? A lot of people have already given up on this. They're done, which is fine, right? Okay, cool. No hard feeling. People are already gearing up for last Epoch. Oh, 6 to 11 physical damage to attacks. Yes. That's more third ring vibes, chat. Bleed should be higher. It's all about the bleed, right? It doesn't matter what the other things do. 3 rings, hollow dollar builds, y'all. And right now, I think most people are just waiting for the game to get like some more intriguing, meaningful patches. But if you wanted to play Hunters, let's say you wanted to play Hunters, okay? I mean, most people are done with what the season has to offer because you played the Hunters, you got into the end game, you did the things that you could do, and now you're fine. 11% to all elemental resistances. That's a really nice armor, energy, shield. I'm gonna actually use that. Did you just boost my Resi sub? Even though I want an evasion energy rating shield, but we'll just keep that for now. Back to the box. Okay, so how do I reset an instance now, chat? Solo Self-Found is no fun if you play maximum 5 to 8 hours per week. I don't understand what your hours per week have to do with the fun you have with Solo Self-Found. My last character, Solo Self-Found, all the way from 1 to 90, until the Arbiter was dead, took me 40 hours. Just so you have a feeling for that. Okay? That was it. Just 40 hours. That chest piece is quite nasty, Chad, but I need level 59 for it. So, I mean, the amount of hours has nothing to do with, like, your meaningful progress. Let's go to the Wastelands. And now comes what I said. So, if we now go to the Wastelands, turn back, go into the Infested Barrens. It's the same Infested Barrens. Okay, how do I reset this now? Because I know how to reset it with a controller. But how would I reset this now with like... Oh, just control. So I just make a new instance? Then I enter the Infested Barrens. But I teleport back to the Chimera Wetlands. And this is important. So you don't go from the waypoint, okay? You go from here. Because now you have to go left or right, and the camp should be close by. Should be close by. Because usually the camp is close to the wetlands thingy. So you're going to check left, you're going to check right, and as soon as you find those 2 elite beasts, you know that you're close. Right? We can just check that quickly. I want to know if that works. Krapuzin, good to see you there. Hope you're doing very well, Mr. Krapuzin. So I wouldn't say that it's like in this direction, so it probably is in the other direction, but let's just explore for a second so I can get a vibe for this. If there's any merit to what we're doing here. See, this direction, that's where the waypoint is. Okay, so waypoint, wrong direction. Because it should be between the Azek Bog and the other direction. Waypoint, you know that like if there's down there these walls, that's the waypoint. Should be in the other direction, technically. Krapuzin, 100 months of subscription, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a drum roll? An applause for 100 months of being with us. We are getting quite some more of these crazy people with their crazy sprees. Very appreciated. Oh, there's so far no troubled camp found, chat. The theory is broken. Yeah, that's the Azek Bog without the troubled camp. How am I doing? Very well, thank you for asking. Looking forward to Easter. We have an intriguing thing happening in Easter, chat. A very intriguing thing. Because my mom passed away earlier this year. She was very ill. So, no, we were ready for this like 5 years to come already. If you're longer in this channel, you know. And she was brain ill and pretty much like couldn't talk, couldn't move, everything, just to give you a bit of a point of reference. And now after years of being very ill and pretty much not being able to communicate and that stuff, she passed away. That's like 2 months ago, roughly. And my dad is like 65, 67. And he's bringing his new girlfriend, acquaintance, to Easter dinner. And I am happy for my dad to have a new acquaintance, but the interesting part is that it seems to be a younger lady from Estonia. Now, my dad has been married to my mom for like since he's 18. Okay? So I'm just not sure if he's ready for the world. And if the I don't want to say anything bad, right? But I'm not ready if he like if it's a younger lady from Estonia with a kid already. If my dad is ready for the dating pool still, or if he's just falling for a honey trap, the first lady he meets, you know, is the man ready for the world again, or you know, not? I mean, like, when we say younger, like so far it sounds like we haven't met her, but it sounds like she could be like 30 somewhat, right? And he's 65. So I'm not sure if it's the typical trope, you know, like elderly man, 67, lost his wife, has been married to that wife for 50 years, pretty much. Yeah, long time. And now he's not ready for how the dating space works, how some of the ladies might be. You know, it's gonna be. I mean, it's not my. You know, it's not my problem. So we'll pretty much see what Dad got there. It's intriguing though. Least bit to say. My dad made a big oopsie or not. Having fun. I mean, more power to him. But let's see if it's a bank account relationship, you know. That is a lot of lightning damage, and I don't need a single point of that. I mean, if I was playing a lightning spear, like, would you use this for a lightning spear kind of build? So that's going to be a fun Easter dinner or not. Yeah, find out and fuck around and find out, I guess, is the situation, pretty much. Let him enjoy the gold digger. Hey, I never said that. I just said I don't know. I have some experience with this. My mom died in 2.8 and he had to play the field for a couple of years. Yeah, that's what I assume. Like, I don't think my dad is going to meet a new lady that is for him anytime soon. I mean, the man was 50 years married, and he was actually faithful to my mom, even if he was like a lot abroad on his NATO missions in Sudan and stuff like that. So the man has been out of the dating game for a while. I mean, I'm only 35, right? And if I ever think about going back to dating, I have no clue, right? I would be lost. I would fall for the next best gold digger, probably. But my dad is 67, right? He's even more lost than me. Can you share the filter? I'm just using the standard Never Sing filter from Filter Blade. That's it. I think I'd just stay alone if I had a divorce. Honestly, like, if I ever was having issues with a waifu, I'll probably end up alone too. In today's dating climate and whatsoever. I'll probably just, you know, bury myself. Yeah, Never Sing Filter Blade is the best filters for people that don't want to bother about doing anything themselves. Like, if you don't want to customize your filters, if you don't want to alter stuff and make it drop specific things, which I don't want to. I want to click a filter and that's it. 35, 36 this year. I don't want to say this, guys, but I'm actually into elderly women. Also, don't tell the wife, because she is already 36. Her birthday was 2 days ago. So she might or might not be slightly older than me. Minimal. It still counts. Let me enjoy my 2 weeks of being the younger one in the relationship. Yeah, I got myself a sugar mommy, exactly, beast from the east. I'm 7 months older than your hubby, and you probably hear it every single year on your birthday, Katie. As you should. Because else your husband is dead inside if he wouldn't do it. It's like, it's his obligation to tell you every single year that the time has come where you are older than him now. That, like, I'm not making the rules. It's just the way it is. I was never dating. I was just meeting up with people on parties, and I found my wife in the middle school, although at that time there was not thinking about each other. It came later on when we were studies, and now it's been 12 years. If I would lose her someday, I would not date. Yeah, I was never really... See, like, that's my problem, too. I was never really dating as well. I think I had, like, one... Like, it's a while ago. I'm old. I think I had one girlfriend or two before my wife. And that was more like, you know, also acquaintances from people you were going partying with, friends you knew. And now I'm together with my wife for a while. I think we're closing in for 15 years or something like that. So I actually never really dated. My wife was like pretty much the first lady I really dated. Right? I cared about putting the bonus mile in, the big effort. Yeah, I feel like my spear's falling off tremendously at this point. So I don't even know how that dating thing works. You know? How do people even date nowadays? Well, the damage of the rake is still illegal. I guess everyone that's in a long-term relationship feels that way. In a happy long-term relationship, that they would just literally be lost. It's good to hear that I'm not the only one, so thank you, Chan. I would be helplessly lost. Bleed him, bleed him. Is there an indicator for if bleeding is aggravated, Chan? I never checked if there's like this bleeding is aggravated symbol.
Need a moment.
Boop. I mean, it took a bit longer than I'm happy with, but he's dead. I mean, if I had a better weapon, this would be easier. Yeah. I only met my wife 12 years ago, such a short time. Ha, Sorkin, a child. Barely out of your pampers. Gotta roll out the relationship snob, you know? The people that are in a long-term relationship and always call your relationship, no matter how long it is, inferior because it's obviously an age thingy. It's not a question of happiness, right? If you're happy in your current relationship, no, it's a question of length. Which means if you're shorter in a relationship than me, yours is obviously inferior to what I'm doing. I like my husband too. That's great, Katie. Then you can look down on all of us with your 30 years. That's, you know? You're allowed to be a relationship snob then. What's the best to have on your spear? Physical damage. If you're not doing lightning. It's a marathon. marriage. Not a sprint, chat. It's a marathon. Obviously. I don't have enough dex to actually level up. Cool. Good to know. Let me upgrade this amulet because that could maybe be something not useful. Thank you. This is the most boomer chat I've ever been to. Yes, it is. Our average viewership is 25 to 50. And we have more 65 plus year old viewers than we have below. Than we have below 18. So this chat is officially fucking old. And that's fine. And you're old too. Deal with it. I'm sorry. You're part of this. Physical or accuracy for Amazon? Both. You need high physical... I mean, if you do bleed, you need high physical damage. Even for lightning, high physical damage works. I mean, like, I just had a lightning spear that does 200 lightning damage, so I'm not sure if that's better for lightning spear, because, again, I haven't actually played lightning spear. To know what you're looking for in there. This at least proves that old people are still playing games and enjoying them. It does also help to just have interesting talks, you know? And not just Skibbity Toilet and the Rizzler and I don't know. Insert random things from TikTok here. So I prefer to people that have two brain cells together and are a little bit on this world. Makes for more interesting talks. I just turned 40 and your wife is 7 years older than you. Ha, you cougar hunter.
Need a moment.
See what you did there. Turning 40, can't remember turning 30 anymore. Hey, I'm 36. I'm closer to the 40 than 30. I actually need to drop that on my wife today. She has no problems getting older. Still.
So cool.
I need to casually mention that we're now closer to 40 than 30. It's important. It's your obligation as a husband to filter that into a conversation. Another bronze spear. Maybe I finally get a good one. I need to call my older sister and tell her she's pushing 65. That's important. You're a very good sibling, Katie. You're doing your obligations, your duties. I mean, my older brother is 2 years older than me. So I guess I need to send him a WhatsApp. Be like, dude, you're almost 40.
Hold on.
About time. It's a good plan. Certainly. You know the meaning of BV and Uhu? No, like, not right now. I'm not sure. Start calling him middle-aged. And if I hadn't been born a grandpa, I guess I would make fun of his age. But I'm just a grandpa by choice.
Need more time.
Uvu? I mean, Uvu is... like, Uvu you still remember. This is around my time. Ah, the BV ist bis 40 und Uhu unter 100. No, I do remember that one. I just haven't heard it in a while. Yes, sir. It's been a moment since the last time you heard that. The worst line is we're halfway done with our lines, with our lives. Not wrong though. But isn't the second half usually more interesting than the first half? Because the first half was spent being a child. Okay, let's see if that spear turns out to be... Why am I not getting a good spear, Chad? Can't catch a break here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how well we're going to do against him. The fun part is, this just proves that despite not getting a good spear, the tech we're going for is legit, right? I mean, we're struggling, Richa. We're not finding a new weapon, and yet, despite not finding a new weapon, we are absolutely able to just blast our way through the existing content without struggling. I mean, I guess that's also good. Because I'm pretty much just standing here and I'm spamming my rake and that's it. Right? Oh, I need to roll away because you die. Die. Bullshit. Thank you, Ash, for your Prime subscription. Ash to Ashes. That's the, yeah. That's good for the topics we've been having. Nice stun lock on the boss. It's the mark. You get your very beautiful bleeding mark here, right? And your bleeding mark does more stun in regards of how much blood loss the enemy has. So more blood loss, more stun. I mean, stunning enemies with this build is not an issue. It's decisively easy to get that done. And also a big part of the actual gameplay loop. Okay, I need another soul core so we can go in there. What are we looking at, by the way? Played is now 9 hours, 34 minutes. Yeah, I mean, from this point on, it's like another hour to wrap it up. Roundabout. Did I get the core? Got the core. Heading back. I don't remember if we... Did we go shopping, chat? Or do we need to go back shopping?
Need more time.
Everyone died? Do we need to go back shopping? By the way, huge shout out for the next area. It used to be the absolute worst area in the game, chat. Not anymore. And we forget something. Chat, we're a little bit stupid today. We forgot to check if there's a tier 3 support gem that is actually good for Blood Boil. How could we? Well, I guess you could just slap physical mastery on. Doesn't hurt. Higher level blood boil. Makes them... I don't know if physical mastery even does anything for a higher level blood boil. It's not really improving the damage. It's not improving the... Does it improve the timer? It improves the timer. Okay, sure. It makes the timer better. Like the presence timer and the... Yeah. The area too? No, just like it inflicts faster. So level actually does something. Weep weep. Oh, we forget to identify. Sorry, Chad. I also need to start disenchanting again. Like, look, if I was looking for a hammer, Chad, easy find. Right? I'm just not looking for a hammer. I'm looking for a goddamn spear. The game is like, you shall not has spears. And you're like, but I shall want to has spears. Why you hate me?
Watch your step.
Here to help. My tribe could use.
But that's evasion rating and energy shield with 15% movement speed. We gotta keep that for harder times. That one needs to get broken down. That one had 21% attack speed. That one started so good, but it never went anywhere. This one has a lot of physical damage, and this one has a lot of frost damage, which is just sad. That one is too low level at this point. And that used to be my other option. This one is still my other option too. They just need to implement a way to target farm items like in Last Epoch. I mean, I do genuinely love what Last Epoch does with the Circle of Fortune. What's the Circle of Fortune? Where you go into the Circle of Fortune and then it just like really showers you with the right items that you pick out. Like I want to go for like in my next monolith, I would like to go for a helmet reward, and then you actually can like try to get that specific unique you're looking for. It's pretty cool. Okay, so the target farm system of Last Epoch is like right between the target farm of what Diablo does. I mean, Diablo is obviously really simple. You kill certain boss, you get certain unique, or have a chance for certain unique. Maybe a bit too on the nose, but like Last Epoch has a nice in-between way. Like PoE be its own game, Andrew PoE should be its own game. That doesn't mean there can't be a way to target farm certain things. I mean, right now there are uniques, and in solo self-found, you might just simply never get these uniques. Because, let me check my notes, there's no way to guarantee getting them. Apart from just getting random uniques, getting chance shards, and then using chance shards on items. But obviously I mean, some people did the testing. If you want to use chance shards, for example, to get the Astromantis amulet, you might need 70 stellar amulets to actually get it. Now, obviously, there's trading, and trading can help you with that. But what if you're playing solo self-found? Then you might literally never see certain uniques. Now, that's obviously your own choice because you're playing solo self-found and not trading, so mark it as, like, your own fault. Still, though, I wouldn't mind if there was a way to target farm certain uniques. It might just be this boss is more likely to drop spear uniques, this boss is more likely to drop I don't even know what uniques, but still, anything in that regard. Yeah, or like if the crafting system is improved and it's not just down to your orbs of chance. Maybe getting you something. I mean, we all agree that we need something, just what we need. Like how the system should look, I can't tell you. I just know that like I'm missing systems. You know, I don't need the system from Last Epoch that is correct. Like Path of Exile should be its own thing. Obviously, they have been doing very well as their own thing. But I need something. Whatever that something is. But something. Best thing in Diablo 4 was the crafting system. It's actually pretty on the nose right now in Diablo. There are still some complaints with the masterworking and still some RNG, but it's in a good spot. Like, if you want to make yourself a good item, it's possible without breaking bank or going completely crazy. You might not get the S tier item every single time, but getting an A++ tier item is pretty easy. You just massively need to increase the crafting materials. I agree. But where's the balance there? Because if you increase the materials too much, you just spam the materials. I don't see that as a downside. Don't get me wrong, because I would absolutely love to be able to like spam my materials. I mean, the most fun I've had with Path of Exile is playing on my standard account that has 700 exalts, that has 700 regals, and I can just use the crafting system. You know, that's when the crafting system is fun. If you just have more materials than common sense, and you just see an interesting item, and you're like, hey, let's just splurge on it, right? Like that's fun. That's where the joy is. Because you can just use your shit on it. There is somewhere in the lead. Oh, that's you. Good. Ooh, let's actually take that with me. Maybe in full release, we get a mode that allows for some form to target farm. I was just getting F progress through campaign. I don't think right now in the current mindset of GGG that we'll actually see some kind of target farm, because they just don't seem to have that on their radar. As sad as it might sound, I do not believe that any kind of target farm is in the front row of their minds. I mean, definitely the crafting system will see development. That is out of question, because the crafting system is as bare bone as it gets, right? See how this is working now, chat. Trust. Okay. Rogue Exiles are semi-target farm. Rogue Exiles are certainly a nice change of pace. By the way, in case you wondered, chat, we haven't taken a single defensive node right now. So we've gone now through the complete campaign without like taking any bonus evasion rating, armor, anything. And surprisingly or unsurprisingly, that has worked out very well. I mean, right now, I kind of start noticing it every now and then. But the real fun part is that we have actually not tried to get better gear. So we... what do I mean by that, with we haven't tried to get better gear? Well, we haven't... We have pretty much just looked to get more strength. But we haven't looked to get more... Boom. We haven't looked to get the maximum amount of armor or evasion rating we can, right? I mean, we're sitting at 35 armor, 70% of 17 evasion rating. So we've really not cared about that, because we just wanted to get the most amount of strength possible, right? More strength. I guess that has been the defense in itself, just having 1,500 life. I do believe this helps, because usually you would not have 1,500 life as an Amazon, right? You would not. But you just ignore common sense as much as you can. Just splurge life like crazy. Then you might end up with this. Believe in the vision like Jonathan. I mean, I do believe Jonathan has a good vision for the game, how he would like to play the game. And I do believe that also Jonathan's vision is actually pretty close to what I would like from the game. I just don't think that what Jonathan wants, or even I would imagine like Path of Exile 2 could be in terms of difficulty, is what's good for the community, right? Zangrel, thank you for the 47 months. Zangrel, kind of you to continue supporting. I do think Mark, probably, if we're looking at Jonathan and Mark right now, Mark has a more realistic vision of what the community might want. As it seems.
I despise the Val, but there's something to be said for their craftsmanship.
We'll see in the coming weeks and month, right? When a lot of people are mad at Path of Exile for the way how they're developing, but I'm kind of like excited to see how they'll solve the problems and move the game further forward, right? We are at least in a situation where things are happening. Like, you might not know this, chat, because you're new to this. Hi, name's Ponyhov. We've been streaming now for 10 years plus. Full time. It's been a long time. And we spend a lot of time with PUBG. Now, PUBG was also early alpha, early beta. And you saw also a game being developed and improved as we were going through the years, okay? The difference was that PUBG got worse. It didn't get better. It got technically better, like, you know, no more crazy rubber banding and stuff. But all in all, sadly, the developers fumbled and then fumbled again and then fumbled another time and then kept fumbling. And they pretty much, like, the only thing that PUBG had is good aiming, and that was it. And otherwise, you pretty much had a developer that just kept fumbling the back after one patch after the next. And missing the point and missing the mark. And then missing the mark again. And then going on an ego trip. And then going on the next... Yeah. So, trust me when I'm saying I've been... You know, I'm like, happy to see a company, like, just somewhat... listening and trying to make things right, you know? So shout out to whoever at GGG. Is raining in Jonathan. It's working. Jackfax lost PUBG. PUBG is in a fantastic state, happy chappy. Okay. Don't get me wrong. PUBG is in a fantastic state. There are a lot of things that are wrong with the game, sadly, still, to date, that are wrong for years. It's more about how they literally missed the pulse of time to keep up with good, meaningful updates at the times, to keep the hype going for their own game. You know, when you visually see a company just fumble it, frustrating, especially when you're a creator for that game, you know. And you'll just have to play sad patches after sad patches. The game will get better over time, absolutely. How do you get your poison to deal bleed? Come closer. In order for poison to deal bleed, you need to play Herald with Envenom to poison, and then you play Bursting Plague. And that Plague Burst deals physical damage equal to Plague on triggering the enemy. And that physical damage that the Plague Burst deals is not a lot of physical damage, but that physical damage from the Plague Burst that then gets from the Envenom on the enemy, that Plague Burst bleeds. And if that Plague Burst bleeds, so if the Herald of Blood explodes, Plague Burst, bleed. Poison, Plague Burst, bleed. And then if the enemy dies, the next enemy dies, he would trigger Herald of Blood without me ever touching him. Okay? That's the point. You're trying to find a way to spread blood loss, even if it's minimal blood loss, throughout your opponents without you having to actively do that. Because you don't, right? You want the bleed to keep propagating itself into the next target, to the next target, next target, next target. And for that, well, you need that plague wombo combo. Works pretty good. Okay, more armor. Do we have any strength happening? Is it worth it to buy yellow items and turn them into regal orbs? Probably not at this point, right? These are so sad spears. I want to cry. I'm thinking about taking this 48 spear and just jamming a alchemy on it just to see what could come out of it. I transform yellow items into regal. Oh, you can disenchant them. Wait, you go to the lady and you disenchant at the lady. Okay. And you kind of do that in solo self-found, because in solo self-found, you don't have the option to exchange things for regal orbs in the currency exchange. So you're kind of forced to, at some point, start disenchanting things. It's useful. I mean, like, yellow items don't give that much more money than the blue items, so you're good to go. I mean, you obviously find regal orbs down the line later in the end game, but if you want to have regal orbs during the campaign, the best way to get these is by disenchanting. Are there any worth recipes? No, there are no recipes in this game. Crafting is gambling. Maximum life, attack speed, and physical damage. Yikes, chat. I mean, it doesn't have the level of physical damage that my gloves have. None. So, that's good. Should be good. I think there's a weird thing going on with loot. One day I finish Act 1, new char, get like 7 exalts, and then next day I finish Act 2 and get like 1 exalt. No. Act 1, I have this, like, I have the same experience like you. So in Act 1, we got around 4 exalts, and then in Act 2, I think we got another 2. So, you're, no. You, like, everything is fine in this regard. Where are you not playing Last Epoch? As far as I know, Last Epoch ain't out yet. Might be wrong, haven't looked it up. But I also want to finish my solo self-found Act 1 to Act 3 Cruel today. So that's what we're doing here. And right now, the conclusion is that you can actually play Stomping Ground the whole way. Do you believe this, Chad? So we have tried in multiple occasions to kick the Stomping Ground out, because it was like, maybe a different skill might be more useful. But every single time we wanted to throw the Stomping Ground out, it turned out that it is better to actually keep the Stomping Ground. So that's cool. No complaint. How many acts do you think the game will have? Well, the plan is 6 acts, and I think 6 acts is a great length. I mean, if we're looking at the current act length, depending on how hard you're trying, how solo self-found you're going, let's say you're going solo self-found and you're mediocre experience in the game, it's going to take you like around 2 hours for Act 1. Act 2 is around 3 hours. Act 3 is shorter again. I would say most people probably 2 hours again for that, right? I mean, this is going like for someone that's casual, mediocre experience, hasn't like 10 characters and so on. So what, like 8 to 10 hours for going from Act 1 to Act 3, and then like that would be Act 1 to Act 3, and right now you have Act 1 to Act 3 cruel. But then the next acts are always going to go faster because you're obviously putting your build together. So after you went through Act 1 to 3, then Act 4, 5, and 6 are inevitably going to be faster because you're getting more skill points and you're getting more supports, right? And like with more supports, like your damage is going to skyrocket, and with a certain thresholds being hit in passive points, you're also maybe reaching like a critical mass of critical strike, that then suddenly your critical strike is actually like you reach the 50% and the damage is going to soar. So these are all things that kind of matter, right? Ritualist or Amazon for bleed builds? Right now, it is actually better to do Ritualist for bleed builds over Amazon. And the reasoning is pretty simple because the blood boils are helping tons. Amazon has the advantage that she just turns AC rating into crit chance. But does that really matter so much during campaign? Because I pushed my crit chance after I was done with the campaign. So what you efficiently are having is the bonus open weaknesses versus elites, and that's about it. Right? And that's where the blood boil is, in my eyes, certainly more useful. Personally, believe. Fully exploring maps, my Merc hits maps after 35 hours or so. Yeah, I usually take around 10 hours with a new solo self-found character. Reasonable. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble, to mingle and jingle? Because I will now take this branched spear and we will put a Orb of Alchemy on it. Da-da-da-da-da-da! Kill me, chat. End me right now. Just end me. Don't tell the wife that I splurged all of our earnings, our livelihood on this item. Okay? Don't tell her. Don't. Man. Holy macaroni. Need some dex because otherwise I cannot skill up anymore. Yeah, I know, chat. I'm sorry, but I need some dex or I cannot skill up anymore. It's about time that we actually do that. So now I can go for Rake. Mark. Oh, do we actually want another spirit skill? I didn't think about it, chat, but do we want to? Is there a single spirit skill we do want? But I could take attrition, technically. Right now I only have 30 spirit. Combat Frenzy doesn't do anything for us, so we could activate Wind Dancer, I guess. Could get the Roar Mount, but useless. I could use Magma Barrier, but nope. We could use the Herald of Plague. But I don't like it. I mean, it's cute, but not doing anything. No, actually, that was a Plague Bearer. We could use Herald of Plague. Because the Herald of Plague would propagate the thing we're doing with the plaguing more. We could use Berserk, I guess. Yeah, at the given point, Berserk might actually be the best outcome. I do fully agree. Well, we have the strength to do this. I was technically thinking about putting the strength away, but you know what? Let's try Berserk. I like your way of thinking. Oh god, where are my gems? You're absolutely right, Chan. So what does Berserk do? Berserk gives us more rage. And since we're pretty much raking, Instead of 30 rage, you build up 45 rage. And rage counts more. So rage is now also 43% more efficient. Actually, you're still building up 30 rage, but it's more efficient. I was already in that different build with a warrior. So your rage that gives you 30% more damage is giving you more damage. Kind of nice. Try gambling a spear from Elva. Would that really be good use of your money? I mean, the crazy part is not... Like, how do I say this now? I don't mind that we're not getting a new spear, because this is the real solo self-found experience, right? That we might be so unlucky that we're not getting a new spear. Which sucks. Monkey dick. Right, chat? Absolutely sucks, monkey dick. But it's the most realistic experience we can have. Now that is terrible, and it's kind of like, yeah, sure. But it also serves as a good proof of concept. I'm too much content creator, you know? I'm sorry, chat. I'm too much content creator because I'm too proud to pretty much fish for a new thingy, and I'd rather go for more proof of concept in my mind. Now that is all about, like, sure. I mean, is what I'm doing working, right? Does this have a hand and foot, even without a good weapon? And the answer is it does. Oh my goodness, we finally died there. It was a bit gritty. What's the most fun class to play in PoE 2 in your opinion? It was Monk, because Monk was simply overpowered. I don't think we have to argue about this. Raise your hand if you disagree, chat. I mean, like, the question goes to chat out. What do you think is the most fun class right now to play in Path of Exile? We're saying right now, patch Dawn of the Hunt. I personally do think it is actually the Amazon Huntress, because the Amazon Huntress, due to the simplicity on how it works, is able to do many different builds. Okay, so with the Amazon Huntress, you can do a lot of crit-based builds, and that is a lot of builds, surprisingly, that work that way. I also do have to say that the Mercenary has a vast option of things it can do, because the Mercenary can actually go for a lot of Huntress builds. So that, like, you know, like the Mercenary can play spear builds. The Mercenary can actually do warrior builds. The Mercenary can do mercenary builds. So there's a lot of possibilities in that regard. Okay, we're almost there, chat. We've been really going crazy. I'm not sure if this path would have been better. Smith, as you can tank everything. Yes, absolutely. Smith of Kitava has, from a feeling, how you play through the campaign, probably one of the best ones. Keep in mind, though, that if you actually suck with heavy, with perfect strike, you won't have fun with warrior. Because warrior kinda needs perfect strike. Works without, but works better with. I'm lich with energy shield drain. Energy shield essence drain works good, but I wouldn't call it fun. The problem with general gameplay on the witch side, sorceress side, is that, like, managing your energy shield, making sure that your energy shield stays up, and, like, not running too headfirst into opponents and then just randomly dying. If you're not used to a caster class, I do believe that people that play caster classes in Path of Exile struggle heavily. I mean, with Warrior, Smith of Kitava, you get so much life regen in the beginning that you could pretty much stand AFK in your opponents and you would not die because the life regen just keeps you alive. Might be exaggerating there a little bit. Hello, Cauldron Keeper. She does sell some of the best amulets. She usually does sell some of the best. That's 13 strength on that amulet, plus cold resistance, dexterity, crit bonus, everything. She does give you killer, what are they called again? Belts. You can AFK in tier 13 with Smith of Kitava. Yep, Smith of Kitava is really strong and also very fun and not really hard to build. These are all points that are important, right? Like when it comes down to how intuitively easy it is to build a certain character. That's where the Smith of Kitava just has all the brownie points right now. Okay, I'm just stuck. I can't move away. Your Tactician build is insane. Tactician has been one of my more fun playthroughs. That artillery ballista is just criminal. I hope they won't do anything about it because right now it's like, it's good, but it's not broken, right? Artillery ballista is really good. It's not broken. Do I want to kill that elite? I gotta say, with my first Huntress playthrough, I remember what I did do different, chat. I didn't kill actually elites. Did you? Honest question, chat. Did you kill elites? Because I didn't. I just went like, I went past every single elite. I didn't actually bother. Because elites were kind of like a bit annoying to kill with the explosive spear. Because they were so durable. I mean, seriously, screw elites. But I gotta say, with the bleed focus one, I have been killing more elites than ever. Good thing. Oh, he's so going to die to that corrupted blood. Okay, where is the lady of the house? Usually drop trash. Hey. They do. They do. You're absolutely right about that. We're level 59, aren't we? Yes, we can put on the new items, Chan. Let's push our way through. It's fun to kill elites, though, with the Ritualist over the Amazon. And the reason is the blood boils, Chan. Because right now, when we're fighting these guys, right? Like, if I'm actually standing, like, for a few seconds around, then the enemies will accrue the blood boils. I'm going to be able to explode said blood boils. For tons of damage. Wow, I am almost resistanced out. How am I a resist? Okay, 3 rings. How am I resistance out? 3 rings. Okay, yeah, sure, makes sense. Seriously. Explain, chat. 3. Okay, 3. Well, that would explain it. Somewhat. We're gonna kill him? Yeah, come on. Like, let's just stand here. Have him, like, get the corrupted blood. Okay, who's healing you? Holy. Stop it. Should be very close to the end of this area. Yeah. Here. Step further. Here. Teleport out. You know what? If she's already here, I think we'll just murder her. Oop. Oh, another spear. Let's teleport back and we'll take that spear here. I'm getting an upgrade now, chat. Okay, listen. Listen, chat. We're getting an upgrade now. I want you all to pay attention to greatness incoming.
So, stay wary. Don't get eaten.
So that one stays with me. That one is terrible. That one is terrible. That one stays with me. That one has fire resistance. Not enough though. Closer spear. That one was that one was actually not like undecent.
Yes.
Check for items. Terrible. That's a lot of physical damage.
Enjoy. Watch your step.
Let's check strength. 19 strength, but weaker than what I have. 14 strength and better than what I have, but I have a different helmet I think that's waiting for me. Didn't I have like 65 gear that I was keeping under wraps? Oh yeah, this one here, level 59 chest piece, right? With 103 max life. That was just like tons of max life. I needed to absolutely play that one. Hey, we're sitting right now at 1,600 max life. That's pretty good. And I did lose some strength to it, but I guess it's fine. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to mingle and jingle? Should we turn one of these with a... Nah. Okay. 47 physical. Let's go. 3 to 39 lightning. Eat my ass. Reduced attribute requirements. Oh god, why do you hate me? Just spit me in the eye. Okay, not good. Not a single upgrade has been had during the recording of this game. We trust though. Full thrust ahead, chat. Another spear.
The hunt is on.
Let's kill her. Gonna go to spear. I mean, I do have a good spear. I'm not mad at my spear. It's just not like, it could be so much more. That's a level 33 spear at level 59. What I'm more impressed is like having this spear and doing this well. If that makes sense to you. Oh, I totally burned through all my, to play that a little bit different for Jiffy. Because I made an oopsie. No! I was gaming this. Why am I not using the Tangle Tongue drop? Oh, that's actually pretty simple because that would be cheating. Why would that be cheating? I mean, like, imagine I would use the Tangle Tongue drop right now. What would that do? That would make me very much stronger, and it would also invalidate anything I'm doing. Right? But because from that point on... From that point on, I would have an unrealistic power curve. Okay? And I'm trying to avoid that. To be more on the way of, like, how it should be. And this is the God Project. It is Klingston Boy, but the God Project to level up with the existing means of what a solo self-found character should have, right? And having like one single lucky unique drop skews the whole experience. Like for me, like again, you're more than welcome to use a Tangled Tongue if you get one early. But it just doesn't give me the experience I'm looking for. Oh, I'm sad. I wanted to actually see how much life would I regen, like how much physical life leech would I get with my spear on rage. Because we're having Berserk running, right? And Berserk gives you maximum life per rage. Yeah. So you should technically, with your spear throws, actually leech quite some life. Technically. One lucky weapon is not counted. No, one lucky weapon is not counted because that can happen to everyone. I mean, like, getting a lucky weapon from a vendor, you can't compare to getting a lucky unique. Because a lucky unique is just, like, impossible, right? You might just simply never see a Tangled Tongue. But getting lucky on the vendor is obviously something that might happen. Why are we spamming this? Corrupted Bloodshot? Oh yeah, but we keep blocking her, Gorilla. You're the chosen one. Dude, he was absolutely, he was gaming, Chan. Come on, get these little shitters closer to her. So I can do... Oh god. So I can do the corrupted blood thingy. Come on, come on. This would be similar if we had a better weapon. My other Amazon had 2,000 bleed, Chad. Look at me, I'm absolutely playing her, Chad. What an absolute gamer. And he's dead. What an absolute gamer. I was doing so good, and then we're dead. At least use Parry to make your life easier. Parry is for noobs. Also, how am I going to parry with a Targi? Honest question. No? Targi. No, like it seems like, and I've always wondered, can you even like dodge her roll? Oh yeah, please get him closer so we can apply corrupted blood to the nerds. Oh, I rolled in the wrong direction. Ah, there. Oh no, not temporal chains. Oh, I need to apply that one. I tend to forget to apply the Oh no, temporal. Ow! I was about to roll, but there was poison on the ground. You seem to face tank 70 to 80% of boss sets. It works. I mean, like, it works. I like how you don't make a big deal out of dying. Well, I'm not playing hardcore, so I don't have to care, right? And I'm also, so, like, you have to understand, okay? This is very important, chat. We haven't gone for any defensive node. So I'm not playing here the enhanced reflexes, right? We haven't gone here for more evasion and energy shield and armor, right? Like, not a single one. Nothing. Nothing. Not one. Not even this evasion node here. Okay, nothing. So my deathies are warranted. This is like, you know, we're pushing it. Unreasonably. So there's nothing I can complain about, as I'm like completely bringing this onto myself with the way how we're... I've never been killed by this before. I'm genuinely surprised. As soon as you hit 70, you lose 10 or 15 XP if you die. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Brother. I mean, it's cute, but this is not level 70. This is the campaign. Until you hit level 70, you don't give a flying fuck about dying a single time. But then when you get 70, you actually start caring. And then you play different too. Right? But what do I mind dying against her? Right now, it has zero consequence on anything. But yes, with 70, you need to pay attention. By the way, do we want to... Yeah, you know what? Like, let's just put that one on this. Doing pinnacle bosses if you can't dodge your roll. Well, I mean, we already did that, sir. So I'm not entirely sure what you have problems with, friend. Do. Okay, let's attack slower. I mean, technically, we want to not attack these guys right away. We want to get that corrupted blood. Technically. Oh, that yes. Okay, it's working. The Fat Lady can roll. It's probably one of the better boss designs that you have the Fat Lady, which can roll and go from like slow to fast in no time. Fighting the boss with an all evasion build was a problem. I mean, usually you just deal more damage than her. That's the trick. Obviously, that's not an option right now because I, in fact, do not deal more damage than her. Right, this fight can just get shortcut by overwhelming force. Easiest way to solve this. Ow! Okay, I should have rolled that one. Oops. Is she going to make me gamble for a new spear so I don't have to worry anymore, chat? Probably not. Probably not. But it would be an option. What does the green one do? And excuse me for never learning what her circles actually do. But she has corrupted blood. Spam. Oh, I know, and that's temporal. I know that one. Hee 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 hee. Once in a while. No, Mom. She cornered me. I feel so bad about it. Green is you do less damage. So green is Enfeeble. Purple is Temporal. The red one is, I think you go down to 50%, right? And then... yeah, I think that's it. Right? This is the first boss now where Stomping Ground is not stomping anymore, chat. We've finally reached the end of Stomping Ground versus bosses. That's good to know. As we could play her completely different. Hate this boss so much? Nah, just get more damage, sir. Just get more damage. And then skip her. I think the way how we killed her on the Amazon is just explosive spears. Because what you do is this. You know, when you play the explosive spears, you just put run rake on and then you just explosive spear around, right? It was a surprisingly simple gameplay. So that was like on my elemental damage Amazon. But I gotta say I also had like a divine level spear at this point because I just got really lucky. So we had like the explosive damage to do like tons of damage. And it's obviously easier because you don't have to stand in her. Okay, come here, yeah, come here. Like all of these, come. Get her. Where are we doing that? Oh, corrupted blood. Beautiful. Pony try-harding. Corrupted blood! Corrupted blood! Try-harding.
Now there's a fight I hope to forget.
Corrupted blood!
I'll though want to say this.
Sleep. Good old blood boil, Chan. But last two bosses have tremendously shown a new weapon is needed, right? It's just that, like, last two bosses have been making that relatively clear. Get a new fucking weapon, Pony. To make your life easier. How much would gambling for a weapon cost me now? That is a lot of maximum life. 2, sir. Okay, what do we have? We have 100k and Elva. Where's Elva's gone? Elva is gone. Elva. A spear cost. Put that in there, buy 2 more, and then be disappointed because we didn't get a single one, okay?
Here we go.
Okay. Who's ready to get disappointed?
It's bloody roasting in here. Unnaturally so.
Did you ever go back to the Venom crypts? Huh. No. No. We never. Good point. Thank you. I'm gonna forget about those. Okay, that one is shit. That one at least has physical damage and attack speed. Ja, bitte, mein Engel. Was kann ich für dich tun? Willkommen zum Essen. Nein, 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 nein. Das okay. Runter. Halten. Okay. Ja, ich komm gleich hoch. Okay? Komm gleich hoch. That was Tiny Hop 1, Tiny Hop 2.
Not now.
We get 3-pronged spears. See if we can do something with these in terms of... We get... 1-pronged, 2-pronged, 3-pronged. Yeah. I'm gonna buy this one. Then we're gonna take the triple-pronged and reforge that into a potential better one. Nope. Nope. I mean, that one does look promising here with 65 physical plus, but we're again missing a regal orb, so we can't make that. Yikes. That being said, this one has 130, right? One has 130. If I 20% this one up and put a Iron Rune in it, does it not have more damage? Minimally, but does it not have more damage? And I have like one lurking around with quality that I wanted to break down anyways. Where's my... Iron? Oh no! It doesn't have more damage, chat. It had equivalent damage. What I can do though, out of interest, because the damage is equivalent, right? So we have like more or less the same. It's not much. So what we can do now is, because we're a reasonable person, right, chat? We're a reasonable person. We take a Vile Orb, or put a Vile Orb on it. Because what's the worst thing that happens? Right? Oh, that's actually good. You know, that's actually useful for the time being. It's not a lot, but it's like slightly enhancing our damage, I guess.
Still alive.
Good. Now, this is definitely not what I was hoping for. This is definitely not the thing of my wet dreams, but... I mean, like, we're at least at 600 bleed damage at this given point. I should probably still cut into this attack speed because we don't actually need the attack speed. And I should use this to enhance the magnitude of my bleed, right? Because this is obviously the most important node as it gives me the most magnitude of bleed, even over, like, these two nodes down here. But I'm fine. I'm fine. This is okay. We're good. We like it. This is exactly how it should be. we can handle. And then we just need to pick up like the last things. Good. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have to end it here. The family has called me upstairs. I'll be maybe back later for last Epoch, but I don't have a promise to you for that because I haven't decided if I'm actually wanting or willing to play last Epoch today. Therefore, thank you for coming, watching, lurking, and chatting. This is solo self-out, not hardcore. We have so far been playing the Ritualist in a grand total of 10 hours and 35 minutes to this level. We are struggling because we need a new spear, but so far the Stomping Ground build is insane. That being said, I'm done for today, night, day, and I wish you all a fantastic good evening, and hope to see you either later and or tomorrow. Until then, see you.